Hello there, good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series on what is the last week of darts action from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth before the Christmas break. And I tell you what, it was a cracker of a day yesterday in Group A. Here's a reminder of what happened. Chris Wickenden managed only one victory on Monday. The ADC qualifier needs a decent session to avoid being cut adrift. John Henderson, surprisingly, only earned 2 wins despite playing well. All of his 3 defeats, though, were in last leg deciders. Maltese history maker Norbert Attard had a debut to remember, winning 3 of his first 5 Super Series showdowns. Fellow ADC Europe qualifier Andreas Toff Jorgensen also grabbed a hat-trick of wins on his maiden MODUS voyage. There were 3 victories too for the 9-dart man Andreas Harrison, who left us all in darts Valhalla after conjuring up a perfect leg in one of his 3 triumphs, much to his delight and that of his opponent. But Dutchman Bradley Roos sits top of the table on leg difference, leading a 4-way share of the lead, all to play for on moving day. Yeah, really good day's darts to kick off the week, Scott. We had a bit of everything, even a 9-darter.
Yeah, it was a tremendous day yesterday. You know, 12 90-plus averages, 11 ton-plus shot-outs and 41 180s. I mean, does a day get better than that?
Well, hopefully today could get even better than that. We'll take a look at the table, Scott. Just talk us through this, because we've got 4 players tied on 6 points. But interestingly, the favourite to win the group isn't one of them, John Henderson on 4.
No, and ironically, he ran the highest averages yesterday, so he sat there in 5th place. And another funny factor is that Chris Wickenden down at the bottom, he was the 3rd highest in the average yesterday. So you just wonder how on earth he's ended up at the bottom. Yeah,
as you can see as well, Henderson winning as many legs as any other player. All his defeats were 4-3. Do you think that he can dust himself down and kind of take the positives from that?
Oh, John won't worry about that. He knows it's day one. He's been here a few times and he'll know that, you know, it's moving day to day and he's got to be in the right position today to be able to get to the top tomorrow. But, you know, you don't want to be losing too many more games today. He's going to have a good day if he's going to finish top on Wednesday.
Right, let's talk about Andreas Harrison, because his finishing yesterday was absolutely superb. We can see some of it here. It always seemed to be when his opponent was on a makeable finish, he would go out himself.
Yeah, he seemed to put himself under the cosh a little bit yesterday, and when he got himself under, and he just managed somehow to get himself a double. He had 4 ton-plus shot outs yesterday in 5 matches, 1 in every match. It was just quite amazing, and he ironically lost 2 of them.
Yeah, and one of them, of course, was a 9-dart finish. Just how good was this from Harrison? Just got in that zone. This was to win a game. Last leg decider hitting the 9-darter.
Absolutely, I'm quite jealous as a dart player to see his darts slide in alongside one another. It doesn't seem like it can go wrong. I'm sure he feels the same in his head, but looking in, it just looked like it was going to happen from dart 1.
But his 2 defeats came after that as well. Was there a bit of a hangover in your opinion?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it could be that way, but I just think that others also stepped their game up against him because of what he'd just done. You know, when you do something like that, your opponents will actually look at you and go, oh, he's on it today. I've got to make sure I'm on my mettle. And that probably is what happened in the last 2 games.
Right, let's see how the markets have reacted. This is the outright betting for Group A, and Harrison has become favourite. So despite those 2 defeats, that 9-dart finish, that checkout percentage has made him go above John Henderson, who still sits as 2nd favourite despite being 2 points adrift.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see why they've done it, and that's only because of where John is sat in the table. There's no 2 ways about it. And they know that it's a 3-day table, and he's got to move today, so that could change by tomorrow. But, yeah, Bradley Roos being at 3, yeah, I can understand that. But if you look at his averages yesterday, he was like 4th or 5th in the averages, and he ended up top on legs difference. So he's got a big day today. He's got a big day today if he's going to hold on to the top spot, Bradley.
Well, if you're having a punt at home, maybe you'll have a big day. Here is the bet builder for Tuesday's action. And it's Jorgensen to beat Wickenden in their match. At least 3-180s in the game between Henderson and Jorgensen. And then the match between Attard and Jorgensen to go over 5.5 legs, a treble that pays over 7-1. Scott, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's probably the first match, you know, with knowing that Wickenden had averaged so high yesterday and ended up at the bottom of the group. That's the one that I feel is the doubtful one. But yeah, no, other two I think are more than doable.
Right, let's get the action underway, shall we? John Henderson is going to take on Norbert Attard, the first Maltese player to play here at MODUS in the opening match today. Big impact from him yesterday, 3 wins, and Henry Deacon caught up with him earlier this morning.
Norbert, great to have you here at the Super Series. 3 wins and 5 on your first day. How did you feel it went?
Oh, well, I felt good in the first 2 games. Then I went a bit nervous, you know. But I think all over it was good, yes.
How did you find the experience on the stage?
Oh, it's always a nice experience on the stage. The setup is very good. You know, I don't have much this experience, so it's good to feel a bit nervous now.
How much of a learning curve was yesterday for yourself? How much did you learn from being out there?
Oh, it's always an experience. Huh? You learn when you go on big stages like this. You always learn. Huh? That's why players like me, that we are amateurs, we need more like this.
Talk to me about darts back home and darts back in Malta. How is the setup? How is the game out there?
Let's say it's you know, we play a lot like teams in Malta. We have singles, but the most we have in the weeks, it's the team. We play in the bars. You know, it's a bit different. You know, you know people. You know, all of the others are your friends. Not like when you come here, you come alone, and it's a different experience. You know.
Do you feel like the things that you're going to learn from this week you can actually take back to Malta and maybe improve the game and the standard out there, possibly?
Yes, of course. You know, when you learn new things, you have to teach them to others then. Huh?
We wish you all the very best this week, Norbert. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
And Norbert Attard kicks off his campaign against John Henderson on Tuesday here at the Super Series. A very good morning, everybody, from the live lounge in Portsmouth for Battle of Malta and Scotland to kick off what will be an intriguing moving day, because everybody is still congealed by the space of 4 points from top to bottom. The top 5 within just 2 points. But if John Henderson can pick the points up and do a double over the Maltese thrower, all of the top 5 will all be on 6 points. A debut day for the 43-year-old Norbert Attard, the dominant force in Maltese darts, up against John Henderson, who, in terms of the numbers, was the dominant force on day 1, but didn't quite get the results that perhaps the performances yielded. He had the highest concurrent average of the day yesterday of 93.44, 17 out of 44 when it came to the finishing, but just a couple of victories to his name over the course of 5 games. I'm happy to say that Scott Mitchell is alongside me in the commentary box for all of the day's action, and I have the feeling this may be another intriguing day like yesterday.
It's Norbert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, so do I. I really, you know, the stats yesterday were super good, and we're hoping for more of that today. And this game, sort of like if we're looking, you know, back at my stats that I was doing over the last hour or so since I've been in, it's Norbert. I will get it right in a minute. I'll just call him Attard from now on. He's bottom of the averages at the
60.
minute over yesterday, and John's top. So, you know, this one should be sort of one-way traffic. But we know that Attard's got a little bit about him, hasn't he? He's got a little bit of a stage presence, and he's got a little bit about
55.
him. And maybe he can cause an upset here. But John just looks too solid yesterday. He looks, you know, rather unfortunate. I don't think that he did a lot wrong yesterday. I think a few people
60.
did a fair bit right against him.
You mentioned there Norbert having the lowest concurrent average yesterday, but if he won the fixture against Hendo, he would have been top of the pile, and he would have been top of the pile on points.
29.
That's just such as the way the Super Series is, but it's been a slow start to the day for both of the pair.
And we keep saying it, and we keep trying to encourage the youngsters that come into the game that,
100.
you know, averages aren't everything. And what you've just said there, Henry, just proves it's just Yeah, proof is in the pudding. It's the way that it is. It's you just can't do anything
45.
about what the numbers do. It doesn't always reflect how the game was or could be or where it could be going.
And Hendo's too long in the tooth
41.
now to be bogged down by things like that. And he's too long in the tooth in this particular format as well to let one day bog him down. And you'd expect a reaction. Well, you would expect a reaction, but this has been a very slow
29.
opening leg to the day.
Yeah, we give it all the big hype and give it all the big
45.
numbers at the start of the show. And yeah, this one just is an absolute slow burner, a slow starter. Attard has a very deliberate way in which he approaches the oche. Not particularly slow as a thrower.
60.
I think this is going to be a leg on MSS Gold.
45.
Could be a leg on MSS, not gold. Do we have that?
Yes, it's called Delete File.
It's called MSS lead, not gold.
85. John, you require 150.
Well, John is first to a finish. I mean, that would have been so typical after the scoring phase. If he took out a 150, it'd be
45.
typical of the leg
Norbert,
we've
you
seen if
require
Norbert Attard
138.
takes out the 138. And at this point, it's just about getting the job done. Forget about what has actually happened. Just get the leg in the leisure and try and
29.
move on to
John,
leg
you
two,
require
because
105.
one player's brought the other down, and I don't know which way this is correlated, but they say we'll see
65.
better legs today.
Norbert, you require
Yeah,
109.
let's hope it's not the start of things to come.
90 left. And for the bullseye. So 80 left.
30.
And so
John, you
Henderson now
require
tops to
40.
break the throw in this opening leg. Double 10.
32.
Well, I think at this point we should
Robert, you
clarify the
require
longest leg in
79.
Super Series history is a 36 starter by Darryl Pilgrim. He has both the longest and shortest leg in Super Series history.
Again, going back to what we say, averages don't mean anything.
We're not showing the averages right now.
39.
Double
John, you
4
require 8.
to get a chaotic opening leg done and dusted.
Game shot.
In we go. Breaker
John
throw
Henderson.
for John Henderson to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Not a classic first leg, but it's a leg that's been won by Hendo nonetheless. And
100.
you'd hope that now it's done with, the nerves could be settled somewhat.
Yeah, I don't think Hendo would be worried about that, to be totally honest.
21.
That kind of starting down the bottom didn't work for Attard there. Norbert was no Bert.
100.
Well, he was telling me yesterday that he was very nervous about 7 foot on that stage. But he said
45.
that eased as the day went along. But I just wonder whether his nerves have just kicked in again at the beginning of day 2, and that might be why we're seeing what we're seeing.
140.
Whereas Henderson, credit's got to go where credit's due. After the chaos of the first leg, he's gone ton 140 to leave a finish after 9.
135.
You could easily say that
John, you require
Attard has been
161.
dragged along with that now, with that visit.
$41.
Needs a couple of trebles to leave himself on a finish.
100.
And he finds
John,
the one. And so
120.
Henderson has got 6 on 120 to double his lead to 2-0. Triple 20 with left top. It's not going to happen on this particular occasion.
60.
And so he has to score. Tard can only apply pressure.
$45. John, you require 60.
Nicely done there, Hendo. Puts it across to one side to give him plenty of room to get a good look at
Game shot on the second
double top,
leg.
and quite
John
rightly so.
Henderson.
He hits it. We hear of all these new
Third leg,
age
it's
kids
Norbert
throwing
to throw first.
the flatty
Game on.
the shot of 60. But Hendo there just positioned his dart slightly more to the left and the treble 20, which I believe was intentional. And then it opens
60.
up the double top for him to get a nice clear view of it.
2-0 leads.
$55.
Henderson
100.
having a deep conversation with himself at the back of the stage.
$60.
When you're playing a more deliberate player, which Attard clearly is in his approach and everything, it can be difficult
97.
when you're a rhythm player to try and find your rhythm. John's kind of in at the hockey here while Attard is walking back past him.
140.
And that has been unsettling John a little bit.
But considering that Norbert was his last game yesterday, you would have expected him not to be that unknown
83.
quantity now.
No, I don't think it's not that he's an unknown quantity. I just think that you can see that John doesn't want him in his eye line before he throws, and that's perfectly okay. You know, you don't. But it just means that John's
140.
having to
Nobody
change
require
his rhythm away
161.
from the board and wait until he comes in. He's just got to step back a little bit more and let him come out of the way. And that's the bit that he's getting used to at the minute and working
65.
out.
John, you require 106.
But this for the double break of throw and a 3-0 lead. 86 remaining to triple 18. Would have given him a dart, a double 16, but a tar back for
98.
96 to
No, but you require
half the
96.
arrears in this game. Triple 17. We're giving him a dart at tops. And so Henderson, who won the first leg, scrappily it should be said, on double four, has got the
36.
opportunity to break
John, you
again on that
require
particular
8.
double.
Game shot on the
Does
third
like a
leg.
double four.
John Henderson.
Won't be liking the performance, but he may like the results. He leads 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's
Double
John to
break
throw
of throw.
first. Game on.
And can he now hit turbo gears towards the finishing line?
140.
140 start. He is
Yeah. Attard really hasn't settled here this morning. If he said to you in the
26.
he was a wee bit nervous, he's definitely showed it this morning going on first game. There's no two ways about that.
$43.
Well, that's Endo's first switch downstairs in a scoring visit in this match.
$44.
Yeah, the switch from Hendo, kind of an enforced one, really, but
60.
all about points on the table. The averages don't go on the table, so He'll just want to get this game done and dusted and out of the way.
93.
Attard was lowest average yesterday of all the players, and Hendo being the highest, he would just be happy
68.
to get through this on one of what Hendo would call one of his dud games.
He's closing in now, but maybe the most important thing for this
44.
will be the legs difference, because a victory to nil would mean they'd have a 4-leg buffer, even if temporarily at the top of the table. 5 players would be tied on 6 points, and Norbert Attard, who could have gone top if he won this fixture yesterday, would find himself in 5th
100.
position in the group with defeat here.
Do you think that's maybe what's on his mind? Could well be, I suppose. The average, the
94.
tables are up
John,
in the back
replying
room,
90.
in the players' room on a computer, like they're available to us. So maybe that's what he's looking. Maybe he's sort of jumping the gun a little bit, inexperienced, looking at it, going, if I win this, I go top and blah blah blah. And he's
50.
just not quite done it.
Well, he's left himself tops for the match, John Henderson. For 4-0 win, a
45.
comprehensive
John,
win,
you
and to
require 40.
get his day off to a positive start in a result sense.
Game,
And Henderson
shot,
is a
and
4-0
match.
winner against
John
Norbert
Henderson.
Attard. He moves to the top of the table with the first win of the day. John Henderson 4, Norbert Attard 0.
So the stage set here at the Super Series for the Super Swede, Andreas Harrison, who hit a 9-dart finish yesterday, takes on Bradley Roos in his first game, top of the table going into today, although John Henderson's 4-0 opener has just changed that. Whoever wins this game, though, will be in P1, and the man who produced perfection yesterday spoke to Henry this morning.
Andreas, quite the eventful day for yourself yesterday. How did you feel it went?
Yeah, really good, I think. Especially the 9-darter. It was great to do it for the first time.
Yeah, let's talk about that 9-darter yesterday. To win that match against your fellow Nordic player, Andreas Tov Jorgensen, that must have felt like an amazing moment for yourself.
Yes, one of the best in the darts history for me, of course.
The double 18 goes in. What was your emotion at that point? We see the celebration from yourself. What did that moment mean?
Yeah, it means everything as a dart player to hit the 9-darter, I think. And for the last dart, I was only thinking, oh, please, please.
And I suppose this has kind of almost completed the set for you at the Super Series. You've won a week, you've hit a 170, you've now hit a 9-darter. You must really feel at home and really enjoy this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed it. I like it here. I love the stage and meeting new friends every time. It's really good.
In terms of yesterday overall, when we look at the numbers and the way you play, you must have been very happy with the level that you played at.
Yes, maybe not after the 9-darter. That match after was a bit shaky, I think. But yeah.
Was that because of the emotion of the 9-darter? It was such a high, it's so hard to then come back from.
Yeah, I think so. It was pretty hard. I was shaking after it, so it took a bit of me, I think.
And then in terms of today, it's such a tight league table. So how important is it to get off to some good starts and try and get some wins early on?
Yeah, I hope I can do it. So yeah, I'm just gonna go in and throw, and hopefully it's there like it was yesterday. So.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Andreas. Good luck.
Well, thank you.
Well, he was the beard to be feared on day one, was Andreas Harrison, hitting a 9-darter. He won his first 3 matches of the day, but lost his final 2, which means he is currently placed in 4th position in the league table. He takes on Bradley Woos, a man who topped the table overnight. He's been leapfrogged by John Henderson following his opening victory. And it's interesting because they got 2 spaces between them in the league table. Bradley above Andreas, but it's Andreas's numbers that are markedly better than Bradley's. He had a 9-point better off swing in the averages, Andreas. He won more legs than Bradley yesterday, but it was timing that was everything for Bradley yesterday.
Yeah, it was, mate. It really was. He did the right things at the right time. He hit the right doubles at the right time. He beat the right people at the right time. And if we look at even this match yesterday, this one went the way of Roos. 4-2. So part of the reason why he was sat there on top. Let's face it.
100.
How important is it for Bradley to try and replicate today what he did yesterday and to keep that going?
41.
For his momentum in the group, it's more than important. He's a young man that's quite confident and about everything that he does. So you'd say if he can keep himself up the top there, he will keep himself very motivated and very concentrated on every game that he's playing. And that's a sort of recipe for success, really.
Well, Bradley's average for the day was 83.1, but his range was very, very big. His lowest average was a 71.63 and a 4-1 defeat in the opening game yesterday to Andreas Tov Jorgensen. But then it was followed in his next match with his highest average of the day, 92.44 in a 4-3 win against John Henderson.
97. $52.
I say, we're all having a sleepy start here this morning on the board, aren't they? It's not sort of jumping straight into life like it did yesterday. We
60.
had Andreas
Bradley
playing John yesterday
126.
first up, and it really set the tone for the day, didn't it?
Come on, guys. More energy. Bullseye finish. No, he's not going to go for it. He's not going to go for it.
94.
Well, Bradley
70.
obviously not on a finish.
Bradley
Was always
required
going to split.
32.
He was never going to go for the bullseye.
Only a fool would have thought he would have gone for the bullseye.
Double 16 for the first leg.
Game shot.
1-0 to Bradley.
Bradley Roos.
Yeah, I was just about to say he's quite entitled to go for the double 16 at what point he wants, and he hits it last start,
Second leg,
just
it's
as we
Andreas
thought.
to throw first. Game on.
Careful, we might get a job spotting. 140 to kickstart leg 2 for Andreas Harrison, who in terms of his numbers yesterday had an average for the day of 92.5, was 17 out of 60 when it came to the finishing. And that kind of comes with a caveat, because it was actually since the 9 darter where the finishing kind of tailed off a little bit. But since he hit the 9 darter on day 1, he won just a subsequent 5 further legs since. And he did mention that in the interview, that he felt since the 9 dart, he just tailed off a little bit.
Now, I can give you all the experiences you like about being on that dartboard as a player, but after a 9 darter, I can't, because I haven't done it. So I can only imagine that, yes, there's an element of pressure that you put on yourself to feel like, you know, you're playing well. And there's also an element of, I think, the other players know you're playing well. So they then up their game a little bit more. And I think they probably, if you look, maybe they had their better averages against him yesterday after the 9 dart, the 2 matches. So I don't know, but whatever way it was, the one thing we did do yesterday was find out that that was a stalk on the back of Bradley Roos's shirt and not a crane or anything else, because it's off the coat of arms.
Indeed, it is. It's not a tribute to a margarine company, put it that way.
108.
108 for Harrison to level this game up at 1 apiece. Lost this fixture 4-2 to Bradley
92.
yesterday. Andreas with another post-90 average. 91.9 was 2 out of 8 when it came to the finishing. Bradley 85.78. 107 when it came to the finishing.
46.
And he had that 1-2-7 game in there 16. As well. As Andreas comes back for double 8 to level this game up at 1-1.
Harrison. Third leg,
you feel like this is the day or the type of day where someone can really set their stall out very quickly because of what the rest of the field are doing around them.
.96.
Ironically, this was the game yesterday, the one game that Andreas did not hit a ton-plus shot out in.
140.
Ironically, Bradley Roos did. He had a 1-2-7 in this fixture yesterday.
One of 11 ton-plus outs across the day. It was an incredible day, wasn't it?
45.
Yeah, it really was. We were thinking, you know, so, they're going to tail off in a minute. They've had their purple patch. And it just didn't. It just kept going and kept coming yesterday. I say it was more a deliberate group. It slightly overran a little bit yesterday in the timings that we're used to, but you don't mind it overrunning with the quality that we were watching.
Well, Harrison here is just beginning
60.
to up the ante a little bit. He's put his average to just under 88.5.
.100.
He walks back down the oche. Doesn't give much away in terms of emotion, Andreas. Very poker-faced.
140.
It's a job to see his face with all that hair on it is another reason.
61.
Somebody put on social media yesterday, "Fear the beard."
95. Bradley required 160.
Quite right too, and let's not forget what a good time it's been for Swedish darts. Obviously, Dennis Nielsen making the semi-finals at the Lakeside World Championships on Saturday, and
60.
by Monday, Andreas hitting a
66.
9 darter. Putting Sweden well and truly on the darting map, those two lads.
Game shot on the third
That's superb.
Andreas
That's
Harrison.
a break of throw in 14 for Andreas Harrison, and it just feels like he's beginning to turn the screw in this match. He leads Bradley
Fourth leg, it's Andreas
by 2 legs to 1.
Game on.
And now has the throw to open up a 2-leg buffer. You talk about Dennis Nilsson. It feels like Sweden is in front of our eyes. And I don't think enough
140.
people are talking enough about this. I think Sweden is the next territory to burst through the seams.
It's been kind of a sleeping
85.
giant for a while for me. There's always been, you know, a good player. There's always been somebody that's, you know, really world class from there. But now we're starting to see sort of like it being 4 and 5 and 6 players from there that really are mixing it. And even the ladies now are, we've seen a few ladies, Anna Forsmark, and she was at Lakeside the other week.
100.
And yeah, it's really starting to come out as a nation, as a darting nation.
Well, you've got so much quality in Sweden. You could genuinely fill out a Group A full of really good Swedish players now.
Yeah, you could. And you know, it was all led by
180.
likes of Magnus Karras back in the day.
Well,
This is for the break back for Bradley.
41.
Potential 11 data incoming here. Loves double 16, does Bradley. But not so much this time. And the look
Andreas
of
should
anguish
require
tells you that he
51.
knows what could well be about to happen, because Andreas Harrison is going to have 2 in his hand at tops. Finds double 10 for a 3-1 lead. And how costly could that double miss on double 16 be for the Dutchman?
Fifth leg, it's Bradley to throw
Indeed,
first.
it might have been a
Game
slow
on.
and steady first leg, but averages have gone up now. Harrison is over 90 and Ruse is just under.
140.
He's at 89 at the minute.
You know, when I said to you at the beginning of this game, it felt like it was a group that somebody could maybe take by the scruff of the neck today.
100.
It feels like Andreas is just beginning to do that.
Yeah, well, we've been here enough to know that Tuesday really is the moving day. It's the day you can't win it, but you can certainly be out of the running on Tuesday. So
140.
both Andreas and Hendo, the two favourites for the group, will both know that. They've been here enough, they're experienced enough.
140.
Fifth 140 of the match. If you actually have a look at the score in Power Pack, the amount of 2 treble visits there's been. I mean, Bradley's had more 2 treble and 3 treble
80.
visits than he had single treble visits in this match. Andreas, as many 2 treble visits as 1 treble visits. At least to these averages. 91.65, 95.09.
41. Bradley require 141.
No, this won't go this time.
50.
See, now that route is okay for me, but the minimum requirement is you have to hit that 20. You have to hit that 20.
118. Bradley required 91.
So, this is for 3-2 to keep him in the game, and it's only a holder throw as well. 54 for double 10.
Game shot on the fifth
Bound for
leg.
3-2. It
Bradley
keeps him in the
Ruse.
game, but Andreas Harrison now throwing for the match.
And our first
Sixth
ton
leg, it's Andreas to throw
shot out
first. Game on.
of the day.
$125.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I was looking at the wrong side. Andreas was sat on 102. Sorry. It was 91.
Don't worry, Scott. We've all been there.
60.
I was looking at the wrong score.
You're not going to get that supporter's job now, are you?
100.
Thank goodness. How many more mistakes have we got to make like that to stop that happening? Couldn't think of anything worse than being a spotter. It's like wanting to be Gary Neville and playing right back in it. Who wants to do that?
60. $121.
Andreas has let himself first to finish for the match. He's going to get 6 to complete the job by 4 legs to 2 on the back of a 4-0 victory for
58.
John
Andreas
Henderson in the
required
opener against Norbert
155.
Attard. And this would put him to the top of the group. And you get the sense if he can really get his teeth stuck into it, he's going to be a very hard player to budge, Andreas Harrison.
123.
He leaves himself double 16 after 12. He's put his average after what has to be said was a little bit of a sluggish start up to 97.14. 3 from 4 when it comes to the doubling.
Andreas required 32.
This has been a really good performance from the Swede off the bat. Can he seal it here?
Game,
yes is the answer.
And the match.
It is a
Andreas
14 darter
Harrison.
to win the game 4-2 with an average bang on the nose of 96. A real good opening display that for Andreas Harrison as he gets the better with Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 2. The tail of the tape, well, it looks like this. Really, really good. Good average, good double stats. There's not a lot not to like for Andreas. For Bradley, back to the drawing board for him. And after the break, we see a first go of Chris Wickenden and Andreas Toff Jorgensen for the day.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where at the MODUS Super Series, Henderson and Harrison have won the opening games of Tuesday. Into game 3, it's Chris Wickenden taking on Andreas Toft Jorgensen as Pugs takes on the Great Dane. And in commentary for this one, it is Scotty Dog Mitchell and our very own Super Series Chihuahua, Henry Deacon.
Nicely put, Murph. Nicely put. Yes, he is. So, game 3 of the day. And ironically, Chris Wickenden yesterday was actually number 3 in the overall averages of the day. And can probably feel himself rather unfortunate running an 87 average to end bottom of the group. Andreas Toft Jorgensen, he had an indifferent day, but he held the highest shot out yesterday with a 144. He'll be looking for more of that in this game today to send him a little higher up the table. What do you think then, Henry? Who takes this one?
I don't know, but after that last link, I might get led astray.
Right, put your lead back on and go and
First
sit in the
leg, it's
corner,
Chris
will
to
you?
throw first. Game
I've
on.
been consigned to the kennel.
Training cage in the corner, more like.
$96.
Well, Andreas yesterday, he had a solid day if you actually look at the numbers. 86.17 was his daily
41.
average, 17 out of 46 when it came to the finishing. 6 points to his name. It was a fairly solid opener
99.
to his weekly campaign. His third appearance here, played Series 1, played Series 2 here at the Super Series.
60.
It's been a while then since he's been back.
I believe the last time he was here was, I think it was a week that we were covering, Series 2, week 2, I
136.
believe.
Yeah, I remember he was here when I was here, but I couldn't remember how long ago that was.
Played Series 1, week 5. He actually played the last ever week in Portsmouth.
170.
Lee Evans won that week, no joke. Big fish for Chris.
100. 100.
70 for Chris to take out this opening leg. Two 16s.
38.
Doesn't go, but he'll expect to come back.
160.
May not expect to come back now.
100. Christian required 32.
Andrew Cross for the double 16. Up for 8.
16.
Doesn't go.
Andreas requires 60.
So has this been his problem? That's the question. Off Jorgensen
Game
hitting
shot
the first
leg.
dart.
Andreas off Jorgensen.
Make no mistake with the second, and it's a leg that Wickenden really should have converted.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
So a break for the Great Dane, who has a 1-0 lead.
57.
The loser being the doghouse, Scott.
Who knows? Who knows, Henry? Who knows? We're waiting for the Chihuahua
85.
wow moment here.
$100. 45. 140.
Now, after a steal of throw from Toff Jorgensen, this one pretty well.
60. 60.
Right on cue, puts the blocker dart in and then struggles. Didn't move to an open target. Wow, and Wickenden a chance to get back into the leg.
140. Andreas requires
He's taken the open
144.
invite.
$88. 97. Andreas requires 56.
So 56 for the Great Dane.
16. Christian requires 74.
Didn't let the dogs out there, did he?
He may lose his lead. 20. Oh no!
No score.
Oh no! The Cardinal
Andreas
sin.
requires 40.
Overtrained, Chris. Overtrained.
Overpitched.
Game shot on the
Perfectly
second leg.
found, and
Andreas
Toff Jorgensen
Jorgensen.
opens up a 2-0 lead here against Chris Wickenden.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
And
Game
Wickenden
on.
feeling here that if he didn't have any bad luck, he'd be having no luck at all. Sometimes you try
100.
to not hit that treble and you just hold on to it too long, trying to make sure that you hit the single. When you're on some sort of shot like that, it's the 16.
100.
Has to get it out of his head now. Move on. The game's moved on. He's got to move on.
100. 131. 58.
Does Scotty Dog own any dogs, incidentally?
Yes, but not a Scotty dog.
100.
We have 4 in the household. Couple belonging to my son. Couple belonging to me. I've got little dogs.
45. Andreas, you require
Like a Patterdale Terrier and
170.
a Basset Cross Springer Spaniel.
38.
Well, Chris, who actually had quite a solid day yesterday, just was outplayed at certain points in time, but it's not quite happened for him so far at the beginning of today.
125. Andreas, you
under
require
79. Andreas
132.
low 80s himself, and he has decided to go for the treble here on the 132, electing against the bullseye.
92.
He has laid himself up for
Christian
tops,
requires
and
73.
Wickenden 73 to bring this game back to 2-1. And if he doesn't take it out, Andreas Toff Jorgensen is threatening the double break of throw. Double 18, big dart, big miss,
55.
wide miss, and Andreas comes back for the double
40.
break. Double 10 for 3-0.
30.
Inside, and Wickenden
Christian
gets a
require
reprieve.
18.
Yeah, deserves that bit of luck. Wickenden, really.
Been closer,
No
but not
score.
quite close enough. And so
Andreas, you require 10.
Andreas comes back for double 5 for the double break. And to really put him
Game shot
in
on the third
charge of this
leg.
game.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
He now foes for the match. He foes for a whitewash win. And it also means that every game in the first round of fixtures today would have gone against the throw. John
Fourth
Henderson
leg, it's
beating
Andreas to throw
Norbert
first.
Attard
Game
against
on.
the darts, 4-0. Andreas Harrison doing likewise against Bradley Woods, 4-2. And Toff Jorgensen here has got the throw to do
58.
exactly that again.
Yeah, Wickenden about
100.
10 or 12 points off his average from yesterday.
$140.
Andreas should
100.
start downstairs from 303. But it's started upstairs.
140.
And this is why you should not start upstairs on 303, because a 140 leaves you on a bogey number on 163.
You can start upstairs on the first dart, but it's pointless because you
81.
can't lead the double from there. So you really got to start downstairs. After he'd hit the 60, he could have gone downstairs and back up.
88.
But a lot of players don't think like that. But once you come to the tally box, we all notice when you're making an error on your scoring.
140. Andreas, you require 75.
You don't miss a thing. Toff Jorgensen, though, could sell a 4-0 win here. But he's missed a big number. And so Wickenden should get a dart here
30. Chris, you require 80.
to get a break back and to make it 3-1. He's missed 8 darts at a double in this game, and he's going to get a 9th go at the outer ring. And now a 10th.
Game shot on the
Dart
fourth
number
leg.
10 at
Chris
double 10 is
Wickenden.
found. And Wiggins still in the game. He gets a break of throw. And it goes back to 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $85.
Covered with his last dart there, Wickenden.
134.
Toft Jorgensen, a brace of treble 19s. So he's in at
100.
134. Put the pressure straight back on the Wickenden throw. He has to back that up now.
59.
Beautiful shot of the back of the stage here, the Super Series.
60.
Beautiful stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and you can be a part of it here at
41.
the Super Series on a Saturday night. Scan that QR code, it sends you to a website called dartshop.tv. Why not make it your little Christmas present to your loved ones or something, you know?
45.
I was going to say, you probably end up on your own, wouldn't you? £2 booking free, of course. I'd like a little bit more than that for
100.
Christmas. But bring them on down. You can buy them a drink and treat them to a good night out on a Saturday here at the MODUS Live Lounge.
57. Andreas, you require 167.
For the match, 167. Treble 19. Just above the wire.
99. Chris, you
So
require
Wickenden now has the
154.
opportunity to bring it back to 3-2. He's going to go downstairs here. He's going to go 2 treble 19s to give himself a dart at tops for 154
Game
to
shot on the
possibly
fifth
turn this
leg.
game on
Chris
its head.
Wickenden.
And Chris Wickenden with a 154 checkout there to bring it back to 3-2. You
Sixth
can
leg, it's
see the
Andreas to throw
celebration.
first. Game on.
But Toff Jorgensen has the throw now to complete a 4-2 victory.
60.
I can confirm we have just had our first Ton Plus shutout of the day in Game 3. I've got it right this time, Henry, haven't I?
Good counting.
97.
Brilliant. Good counting. Great spotting. What more could you want?
100.
And that is the first Ton Plus checkout that Chris has had this week. He was one of only 2 players not to have a Ton Plus out yesterday. The other one being
100.
Norbert Attard.
$91.
Our spotter in there today is the best one we've had since yesterday.
Yeah, I had the displeasure of spending a night with him at football
125.
last night.
$58.
Wickenden's
99.
turned the throw here, and he has a good chance. We should get a dart with the 80 that he's left. Toft Jorgensen
98.
trying to
Chris
make
require
inroads.
80.
Remember, Toff Jorgensen had an opportunity to win the game 4-0. He left himself on an out. But Wickenden here has
Game
double
shot on
top
the sixth leg. Chris Wickenden.
to take us all the way to a last leg decider. It's 3-3. Toff Jorgensen had the opportunity to win the game
final leg is
4-0.
Chris to throw first.
He couldn't
Game
take
on.
advantage of it. And Chris Wickenden now has the darts to win the match.
The
100.
154 has definitely given Wickenden the lefty. Give it the big fist pump at the time. What a change
58.
of fortunes this would be. Wickenden turn this round.
$45.
A reminder that coming up after this, we're going to see Andreas Harrison, who
140.
for now is at the top of the pile, and he's going to take on Norbert Attard, the Maltese thrower.
100.
Well, he did this previously in the match, didn't he? He needs to fill it up.
140.
The 140 means that once again he leaves himself on a bogey on 163.
He had many options there, didn't he, to come out and you do all that work
45.
and hit 2 treble 20s and then don't give yourself a chance. And usually you hit a treble 20 first start, but that hasn't happened.
125.
Well, he should. He may look at splitting this here, Andreas. He's going to have
96.
options.
Andreas, you require 38.
This for the match. It was reeled in for 3-0 up.
Is he going to take it?
19.
No, he's
Christian
not. So
require
Wickenden,
150.
he's already done a 154. Could he make this 4 legs in a row? Yes, he is. It'll be big 15, surely. And double top. He stands back, has a look.
Game,
And
shots,
Wickenden
and the match.
with
Chris
2
Wickenden.
ton-plus shot outs gets himself right back in the mix in this group. He still remains bottom, but he's closed the gap on the others. A good game there. A good even game. 82 average for Wickenden. Just about 5 short of what he averaged all day yesterday. Toff Jorgensen can reach the heights of his 144 shot out yesterday, and you can see the problem for him. 3 out of 13 on the doubles. We're going to head to a short break, and we'll return with Andreas Harrison versus Norbert Attard.
Welcome back, and what a comeback before the break from Chris Wickenden. An early Christmas present from him. He was 3-0 behind, but suddenly turned it around to win 4-3. It wasn't enough to get him off the bottom of the table, but it could be a crucial victory in that race, because he is now just 2 points off Norbert Attard, who you just saw there practicing alongside the table topper Andreas Harrison, whose victory in game 2 against Bradley Roos saw him leapfrog John Henderson, who won the first game 4-0 against Attard, back in action looking for his first leg of the day against the man who hit the perfect leg yesterday. Harrison against Attard in the company of Henry and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Yeah, this fixture yesterday ended. It was one of the defeats that Andreas Harrison had after his 9-darter. And Attard managed to turn him over 4 legs to 3. Probably the highlight of the day for Attard yesterday. Turning Harrison over, but all sorts of more permutations here for Harrison. He can
First leg, it's
actually
Andreas to throw first. Game
open
on.
up a gap at the top of the table by 2 points. Really start to assert himself here on moving day.
140.
Had a 96 average in his first match today, Harrison. So one would suggest
60.
he's finding his feet again today. It was a slow first leg, but after that, he turned the afterburners on and produced the 96
95.
average against Bradley Roos, who was the table topper at the time. That's all you can do is start beating the people around you, right, H?
Absolutely, Scott. And I just wonder
135.
where Andreas Harrison is in terms of pound for pound here at the Super Series, in terms of where does he lie in terms of
99.
the top players in this competition? Is he a top 16 type player?
I don't think he is. Yeah.
25.
No, I think he is. I've rated
167.
him for a long time, actually, and he's just taken his time to come to the fore. Andreas and I have where he's from, Melilla. It's a big speedway town, and those of you that know me know that I'm into my speedway here in the UK, and he always tells me that he's quite happy to take me to speedway if I can get over to Sweden at some point. He's just an all-round nice guy as well as a great dart player, and I just think he's been good for a while, and the Super Series and this particular venue is somewhere that he really enjoys playing on the big stage, and
56.
And we enjoy having him here because he does produce when he turns out.
He's played some real good stuff underneath this roof here at the Live Lounge. And he's left himself 52 here
54.
to take out the opening leg. Attard on the big fish. But Harrison, double 16 for the opening leg. Now double 8.
No
but
score.
he's bust the score.
No, but you require
And it's given Attard an
170.
opportunity on the big fish.
Yeah. Oh, number 1 is in. He couldn't, could he? No, I was right. He couldn't. He should head off to treble 18 now.
105.
All right, he's got the ball. Fair play.
Required 52.
I understand that play. So Harrison again changes tact here. That's a lovely camera angle. That is. What a dart that is. See the dart all the way into the board. And maybe Harrison should have done that first leg.
Second leg, it's Norbert's.
But he won't worry. He's picked the leg up all the same. He held his own throw. On to leg 2.
But doesn't it say a lot about the in-game intelligence of Andreas Harrison? The fact that he passed it one way, he comes back and he gets a second bite of the cherry. But when it happens, he changes tack. He's very much thinking about what's happening in a match.
Yeah, I think he's a thinking player. I really do. You know, we saw an interview earlier. He's not an over talker about anything, because he doesn't like to tell anybody how good he is. He wants to show people how good he is. That's his character. He keeps a lot of things inside, and But I think one of the biggest things he keeps inside is he thinks an awful lot about the game, and rather than overthinking causing him a problem, he makes the overthinking work
81.
for him and make him a stronger player. Whereas we quite often say that dart players don't need a brain and need to be thinking about nothing, but this guy really knows what he's doing, and that's his second 180 already to this leg. And of course, it's our third of the day so far. Not right up there with where we were yesterday, early doors, but maybe today's going to be a slow burner, and it's just starting to ignite.
Game shot on the second
I would
leg.
suggest it is.
Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, Harrison really is coming up to the fore here. Leading
Third
by
leg, it's
2 legs
Andreas
to
to
nil.
throw first.
Averaging
Game
93, 94 after a 96 average in his first game. And Norbert Attard here for the Super Series has found himself legless so far.
60.
Yeah, he's in a difficult position here. I've been here when I've had a really slow start to the day, and
93.
it really does. It's difficult to ignite yourself. You really want to get that win on the board nice and early, so that as the day goes on, if you start losing
100.
2, then 3, the win just seems to be. It just becomes more difficult, and when you're going for the double, it looks like it's the width of a pencil rather than the width of a felt tip, and
78.
it's just one of those things. The double just gets smaller and smaller to get to the winning line. Whereas when you're playing well, it seems the size of a house
80.
brick. You know, that it's just there, and you just throw at it, and everything seems very normal and easy.
$44.
Win here for Harrison would put him 4 points clear temporarily at the top of the table at the beginning of the second round. He hits a maximum there to leave himself on 81. And he really is building up ahead of steam. We said the average was 96 in his first game. It's now 96.95.
44.
And 81 points away from opening up will be a 3-0 lead. And you'd feel the way that these two are playing, it would be an unassailable lead as well. That treble 10 leaves double 18.
63.
He'll do anything to leave that northeast region of the board, but it just moves inside on that particular occasion.
Yeah, he does, Henry. He definitely got a preferred route, leaving himself over there
25.
on that 36.
Address required 18.
He generally goes straight at the double 9 as
Game shot
well,
on the
and that's
third
the
leg.
reason why
Andreas Harrison.
I see a lot of people avoid that double 9, and I don't know why. Why would you avoid it? If you're not
Fourth leg,
good
it's
on it,
Norbert
you
to
should be
throw
practicing
first.
it and standing
Game
there
on.
and throwing 50 darts at it. I mean, the reason, I had it explained to me one time, the reason that you hit so many treble 20s is you take your darts out of the bag when you go to a dart match or whatever. First thing you do is start throwing at the treble 20s.
59.
And you'll probably practice and throw at treble 20s consistently. Why wouldn't you throw at a double that maybe you don't usually hit and train your hand-eye coordination on a double you don't hit, and set
45.
yourself, say, a task of hitting 20 of them in a row or whatever, or just 20 of them, just keep throwing at them, and train your mind into making sure that you can hit a double that you're not happy with.
43.
And look, I could be in danger here of saying something that may sound out of place, but I've been worked in other sports.
140.
You know, if working in football, right? At a training session, you don't just work on scoring goals. You'll work on set piece. You'll work on shape. You'll work on opposition shape. You'll work
100.
on anything that'll give you the tools to win a particular match. And it would make sense no matter what sport you're in. You train yourself on those are different set factors that'll help you win a particular match. If a lot of players go for double 18, you've got to train on the breakdowns of that as well.
Yeah, you have definitely, and I've even spoken to Raymond van Barneveld about
99.
what double practice he does,
Address
and he
required
likes doing
136.
routines where, you know, tops 10s and 5s and 16 8s and 4s and things like that, and
100.
double 18 across the double 9, because he said those are what you do in a match. Those are the routines and those are the ways you have to go in a match. So he said he will continually practice those
60.
until he's hit
Andreas, you require
30 of a
36.
certain shot, say whether it's 36 or whatever.
36 for the match. And here we go. It's the breakdown for double nine.
Game,
Bound for
shots,
Andreas
and the
Harrison for
match,
4-0
Andreas
win. And
Harrison.
Norbert Attard, who has played 8 legs. He's lost 8 legs so far. And Harrison as well. That 180 to set himself up on 136 was the 1,000th maximum of Series 6. So a little bit of history there for Andreas Harrison. A 4-0 win with 4 maxis and 4 out of 10 on the doubles. Henderson and Toff Jorgensen is the game that follows after the break.
Yeah, the Highlander is back at the Super Series. The World Cup winner, of course, just a couple of years ago. And who can forget that famous night in Aberdeen? In fact, famous couple of nights when he appeared in the Premier League. Drew a huge crowd, emotional stuff for him. And now Henderson is back battling for a Super Series title. He takes on Andreas Toff Jorgensen in the 5th match of 15 today. Whoever wins it will be 2 points behind Andreas Harrison, who's emerged as the front runner now in this group. So which of this pair can get into his rearview mirror? Let's find out in the company of Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Join us back with Andreas Harrison have a 4-0 win in the previous match over Norbert Attard, who has yet to register a leg so far in 2 games today. And we join us with John Henderson taking
First
on
leg, it's John to
Toft
throw
Jorgensen.
first.
And
Game on.
this result yesterday was a 4-3 win in the favour of Toft Jorgensen. And Hendo would love to turn that round in this match. And like you say,
22.
creep him up towards the top after starting today in 5th place in the table.
As we said yesterday, you've got to try and
59.
condemn Hendo as much as possible on day one. Well, they did enough of a job by leaving him on 4 points. And Tov Jorgensen was the victor in this game yesterday. It was
58.
Hendo's worst performance of the day, actually, in this game. Tov Jorgensen winning by 4 legs to 3. And Andreas won with an average of 76.5. Couple of maximums.
46.
And a 105 finish to boot. Henderson, 84.5. 3 from 12 on the finishing. And a couple of maxes in there. Both players had a couple of maxes in the match. But it was the Dane who picked up the points.
140.
Yeah, and it was a long way under the average that Hendo had been doing all day. And that's usually a good judge of where you're going to be game after game. And that was just an unusual one for him yesterday. It just, you have games like it as a player. It just didn't go his way.
135. $39. John, you require 146.
So 146 to Hendo to take out this opening leg. Not going to happen this time, but he has got the luxury of time with Andreas back on 217.
43. $140.
I
John,
could
you
change the leg
require
potentially.
103.
Yeah, just thinking the same myself. Is 103 looks like it's got to go. Double 16.
71.
Right
Andreas
on the wire.
requires
But a
77.
chance for Tov Jorgensen. He should get a dart or something.
It's tops for Toft.
37.
But just above the wire it goes. And so Henderson
John, you
back for
require
32.
32.
To take a 1-0 lead. It's not his favoured or preferred double. Well, he had luck on double 4 in his first
28.
game, but
Andreas, you require
he misses it on
40.
the inside at the beginning of game 2. And so Tov Jorgensen, who looked out of this leg, has got the opportunity to break. That nudges the wire.
20.
That dips below.
John, you require 4.
So Hendo comes back for 4, getting a go that he didn't think he was going to
Game
get.
shot on the first leg.
Makes no
John
mistake this
Henderson.
time. 22 dart.
Second leg, it's Andreas
Hold
to
of
throw
throw.
first. Game on.
You can see what he thinks of that. He knows he's making mistakes. He knows he's not quite on his mettle.
180.
But maybe this 180 from Tov Jorgensen will wake him up.
Well, when Andreas was on it yesterday, he was on it twice. He was on
60.
for the 9. Twice he got through to the final visit of a perfect leg. But for John Henderson, he must be thinking,
140.
I played 10 times better yesterday and got absolutely nothing for it. Today, he has struggled out the traps and he hasn't lost a leg yet.
60.
No, and this is what darts does throw up at you. You can go to a competition one day and hit 100 average and
90.
lose first round, and then the next day you'll go through with 78, 81, 78, and you'll make it through to a quarter final or a last 16 without a problem, without breaking sweat and
100.
without really
Andreas
playing.
require 91.
91 for Andreas, treble 17, leaves Tots for 2-0.
51.
Maxi.
180.
And we saw this in the
Andreas
last leg
require
when Tov
40.
Jorgensen piled the pressure on
Game shot
Hendo of a big
second
score,
leg.
but Andreas
Andreas
holds
Tov
his nerve and he
Jorgensen.
levels up at 1-1 with a 13 dart leg.
Third leg, it's John to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
not
on.
too shabby at all.
$81. $140. 60. 60.
Toft Jorgensen has turned the throw here. Early doors in leg 3. This will do a whole load of good for Hendo, getting it back round in his favour.
Well, he halves the score in this leg.
100.
And he's going to have 6 starts from here to win it. To put himself 2-1 to the good.
43. 81. John, you require 137.
Hendo's worked hard to get back into this leg. Treble 20 with the last,
57.
not to be this time.
Address you require 120.
20 with the left tops to have climbed the ladder. Henderson back for 80 and a
80.
2-1 lead.
John, you require 80.
Double 10.
Game Sean
2-1 Henderson. 17 data. And he puts himself in front of 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $45. 100.
Hendo looks to have got his timing a little better there. Yesterday, his timing was absolutely spot on.
97.
And only picked up 4 points for his troubles. And here we are, early doors in day 2 of Group A.
85.
Hendo 2-1 up. On his way to trying to pick up 4 points on just 2 matches today, which seems astonishing
41.
with the way he played yesterday.
$36. 140.
Taking his way through the leg and the Peter level up at 2-2.
$140.
Yeah, big visit from Hendo there. Needed that.
124.
I think we see the disappointment on Toft Jorgensen's face there. That big 18 seemed the easiest thing in the world to do, but he was unable to do it.
100. Andreas, you require 54.
Hendo keeps him on it and under pressure. Tops it is for Toft Jorgensen for 2-2. No
Andreas
mistake.
Jorgensen.
Hits it with 1 dart.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Toft Jorgensen 4 points higher in the average than Hendo at the minute.
180.
Just as the World Cup winner he is. It's a 180
100.
right on cue.
His third max of the match.
96.
His average has creeped up to 89. But it still feels somewhat laboured.
180.
This is the 5th maximum of this game at the midway point.
$120.
I think that was a, if looks could kill, he was not happy about that dart falling out at this stage in the match. You need them all to stay in.
105. John, you require 105.
5 tops. And that would have been for 105. Toff Jorgensen now can threaten the break on 116. Single 16. Double top. That would have been for 116 finish. And so Henderson then back for double 10 to lead this game at 3-2. Crucial juncture of this particular encounter. And Henderson up to the task. 13 darts to put himself 3-2 to the good. And Andreas Toff Jorgensen now is going to stay in the match.
First. Game on.
Yeah, no mistake from Henderson there, showing all his qualities.
140. $45.
And there, showing a few of his frailties as well. Needed to get going.
57.
Didn't. So Toff Jorgensen.
$140.
Held me breath there. I thought we were in for another one.
That is the sixth maximum of this match. 3 apiece.
$140. Andreas should require 124.
Henderson all the way. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye here with Henderson not on a finish. Do you go, Bully? Yes, he goes to the ball. And he finds the 1-2-4 to send us all the way in this match.
7th and final leg. It's John to throw first. Game on. $100.
Potentially big leg. Winner moves on to 8 points. And you get the sense that the rest of the group will want Andreas to win this game as opposed to Hendo. And that's no disrespect to Andreas.
$100.
Two tons on the drop for Henderson.
140.
And 59, 140. Leave Toff Jorgensen in striking distance.
140.
That is class. 140 is class in that situation.
$77.
So John Henderson here has 6 starts for the match from 161. And he's going to need the full allotment to complete the job. But after the first start in the single one, he is set up to some tune to leave himself tops after 12 to seal a 4-3 win.
Yeah, some
49.
Visit that was from Hendo.
40.
Tops for the match, and Hendo takes it.
John
the man
Henderson
from Huntly in Scotland reverses the score from yesterday against Toff Jorgensen. It's a 4-3 win in the favour of John Henderson. That puts him within striking distance of Harrison there at the top of the table. Back in the 90s for Henderson in the averages, and 95 for Toff Jorgensen. Some game that. 4 from 9 on the doubles for Henderson, and 3 out of 10 for Toff Jorgensen. That's probably where the tail of the match went. We're going to head on to a short break, and when we return, we will have Bradley Roos v Chris Wickenden.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're on the stage here at the Live Lounge. Chris Wickenden is getting ready to do battle against the Dutch darter Bradley Roos. And what a turnaround for Wickenden earlier today. He came back from 3-0 behind in his match against Andreas Toft Jorgensen. That was his opener. Bradley Roos went down to Andreas Harrison, having started the day at the top of the table. And if Wickenden can beat him here, then certainly the man at the bottom will be level with the player who was top of the tree before a dart was thrown today. So let's get the action back underway. Without further ado, it's back to Henry and Scott.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so our final game of the second round sees Bradley and Chris go toe-to-toe. And when these two faced off against one another yesterday, it was Chris who took the spoils in the last leg decider 4-3, averaging 85-62. It was 4 from 14 when it came to the checkouts. That was the game where Bradley had that slip, wasn't it, on the 47?
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Missed on the 50, and it just kind of put him off sync a little bit in that encounter.
Yeah, and it was Chris Wickenden's only win yesterday was beating the table topper
82.
overnight, Bradley Roos. He's been better today. He's equalled himself on points today after one game. Beating Andreas Toft Jorgensen 4-3. Toft Jorgensen's been on the end of 2 4-3s today so far.
140. 60. 99.
Good find there from Roos. It's a good start from him. Down on 180 after 9.
58. 60. 60. Bradley required 120.
Wickenden, or Pugs as he's known to his mates, has not got going in this one. It's all with
75.
Roos. Went down there to sort of knock the 5 off, but hit the bullseye. So a big advantage for that is that he takes a bit more off his score than he was hoping for.
98. Bradley
So for the
required
opening leg, 45 for Bradley Roos. 13 leaves double 16. He'll do anything to leave this target.
13.
But he hasn't had any joy hitting it so far.
167.
And Wickenden with a nicely thought out 198 leaves himself 167. Not to be, but you've got to give yourself the chance on the setup.
93. Bradley required 32.
Chased around the board a bit there to get a treble, but it's 32 for Roos, which yesterday, this was where he was playing his trump card on 32. You can quite clearly see it's his favourite. Once again, he takes it first start.
Second leg is
take our opening leg
first.
in game 6 today.
1-0 to Bradley, who wants to get over the line. Third time of asking. He's played here twice before.
95.
And on both occasions, he's made it through to the final on Saturday night. Lost out on both of those occasions to Neil Duff and Chris Quantock, respectively. And he'll be hoping it is that case of third time
58.
lucky for the young Dutchman, who holds quite a unique record. And when I say unique, it's as unique can get, because by my reckoning,
45.
he's the only two-concurrent world champion we've ever seen, in the fact that he won the JDC and held the WDF Boys Youth titles both at the very same time
93.
in 2022.
Yeah, he did. And, you know, what a good start and, you know, a stepping stone to come into more of the adult game. I'm sure we're going to see him on the development tour in
140.
2024. to further develop his game, and turnouts here at the MODUS Super Series are only going to help
100.
young men like Bradley who really don't get that stage experience back in their own land. It's not done that way in the homeland,
45.
and it's just and the reason that lots and lots of players want to be here, Henry, they just love the MODUS Series. Everybody watches it. Everybody keeps an eye on the results, and yeah, and everybody wants to play here.
140.
And he has definitely embraced playing here as Bradley, as Chris comes back looking to set things up. Bradley first to finish to try and get the break of throw and to lead 2-0.
100. Bradley
But a
requires
ton leads on
110.
76. So Bradley 110 here for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. Triple 18. That was the intended plan, but couldn't execute. And so
50.
Chris comes back
Christian
looking at
requires
76 to level this game back up. Angle 16 leads double top for Chris Wickenden.
56.
Drags just below, and so Bradley has a
requires 60.
real bona fide opportunity now to break.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, good
Bradley
tide.
Bruce.
He could have felt a bit of hard luck there between darts, because that definitely caught a flight, the one that was going for the tops for Bradley Roos.
Thirdly,
And
it's Bradley to
sometimes
throw
that can put you
first.
off as a
Game
player.
on.
It can make you think, oh, no, not today. Why is that happening? It was perfectly thrown, but the third dart was definitely perfectly thrown as it smashed into the double 10
59.
bed. Takes him 2-0 to the good, and then, of course, he's on throw now for leg 3. But honestly
92.
say advantage Roos here.
It'd be a Roosing win. Move him on to 8 points. And then coming up next, it's the game where the 9 dart was hit
140.
yesterday. Andreas Toff Jorgensen against Andreas Harrison. Andreas of the Swedish variety hitting the perfect leg in the decider of that
60.
particular matchup.
Yeah, we shouldn't write Brad Wickenden off here, because
41.
he'd come from 3-0 down against Toff Jorgensen earlier today, and in that barrage where he came back, there was 2-ton plus
59.
shutouts, a 154 and a 115.
$140.
84.61 the average now for Bradley. He's just beginning to tick along quite nicely.
60. Bradley required 121.
Oh, he went for the bullseye, but it spat out the 25 bed, and so comes back up. 61 remaining. He might
105.
have a look down at the 25, or instead go for treble 15 to leave double 8.
$60. Bradley requires 16.
For 3-0.
Game shot on
In
the
it
third
goes,
leg.
and Bradley
Bradley
Roos with a
Roos.
3-0 lead against Chris Wickenden. He's a leg away now from
Fourth
seeing
leg,
in
it's
a
Chris to
4-0
throw first.
success.
Game on. $125.
I hope you're enjoying our coverage on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
100.
And why don't you subscribe whilst you're at it? Around about 71% of people that watch the Super Series, they don't subscribe, Scott.
125.
And there's plenty of great content available outside of the live action on the Super Series YouTube channel as well.
Yep, there is indeed, and great camera work here
134.
from our team on a side split. Just showing the throws of the players. Wickenden, not a big back pull,
100.
but accelerates through on his throw through, which is where the pace of his throw comes from, whereas Bradley Ruse comes right back to his face. Like cocking the gun, pulls it right back and away it goes. And that's a sign that he's been a youth player. I know he's not very old now indeed. We know he's been playing for a while. It's always a sign when you see a player, even in their 30s, with that type of throw, saying, you threw darts as a kid.
Well, Bradley isn't going to win the match with the fish. Wickerton back for 68 to pull a leg back and to make it 3-1.
68.
16. The double.
Game
for
shot on the
3-1.
fourth leg.
Clinical kill from Chris Wickington. But Bradley now has the throw for the match. He has the darts to complete the
Fifth
job
leg, it's
here.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
2 stars on the back of his shirt, and he's looking to get his first win of the day after losing out to Andreas Harrison in his first match.
Do
140.
you like this shot? A new shot that we have currently. Do you like it very much?
121.
Goes by the name of Gantry Cam. Don't think it's going to catch on.
60.
But it gives us an advanced look of the stage and also an advanced look of how the players go about the hockey, not just when they're throwing, but we can have a look at their mannerisms at the back of the stage and what happens between throws as well.
A loose one there from Bradley Roos.
45.
A loose visit. Could that let Wickenden back in? We know he likes to be a bit of a trailblazer.
140.
Once again, he's taken advantage of a poor visit by his opponent.
140.
140 for Bradley leads him on 116 for the match. Wickenden, well, he hopes for the score that Bradley's just hit because it'd leave him on top to the break. Go big, Chris. Go.
120.
Oh, he's gone too big.
Bradley required 160.
He's gone too big, and so he may have to spurn a dart. That's assuming Bradley doesn't take this out for the match. He doesn't, and so Chris Wickenden's going to have to burn one here to have 2 at tops to bring it back to 3-2. Tops. Double 10, and is that high miss in the last visit going to come back to cost him?
Shot on the fifth
No,
leg.
is the answer because
Chris
he only needed
Wickenden.
2. Back to 3-2 and back on throw.
Wickenden is on the comeback trail once more. He doesn't seem to wake up till he goes 3-0 down today.
Game on.
Yeah, he was 3 down against Andreas Toff Jorgensen before 2 ton-plus finishes, including a 115 to win the match. Got him over the line against the Dane.
$60.
And he started well here on his own throw with 100 Wickenden, and Bradley's only gone away with 60. Now you've got to turn the screw, Chris.
45.
It hasn't happened. Just a visit of 45 means that Roos with a treble visit sorts out the deficit.
100.
Which is exactly what he's done.
$100.
Is Chris Wickenden going to become the Harry Houdini of the MODUS Super Series, where he can find himself handcuffed and shackled in a match, but manages to find a way to
57.
find the keys and let himself out?
Well, if he turns this round, you'd have to say yes of the day for sure.
$40.
But it says a lot about the man's temperament, that no matter what the situation is in the match, he has a never say die spirit.
$84. 140. $100. Christian
So both
requires
players on
76.
one treble to double combinations, but Wickenden first whack at the 76 to stay in the match. He's going to have 2 in his hand at double 8.
Game shot on the 6th
Clinical,
play. Chris
ruthless,
Wickenden.
and once again from 3-0 down, Chris Wickenden takes us all the way to a last leg decider.
7th and final
Bradley
leg.
has the
Bradley to throw
darts in
first.
leg 7.
Game on.
But he has been put under the pump by Pugs.
Yeah, he sure has. And
100.
Wickenden will take heart from the fact that he came from 3 down in the last match against Toft Jorgensen.
$100. $135.
Visit from Roos on throw, but a bit of a back at you, baby, a bit more from Wickenden.
180.
And you could see the punch in the air as he hit that max. He knows that that could be a tide turner, and he was just trying to let his young opponent know exactly what he's hit.
99.
Bradley's left himself first to a finish on 167, but Wickenden wants to leave it far more handy than that. Needs a treble now, though.
57.
So 167 plays
Bradley
164 in the final leg. It's
167.
Bradley with first go at the slightly bigger and much harder finish. Treble 19. And the bull. And that would have been to have won the game in
120.
sumptuous style.
Christian required 164.
So now it's Wickenden's turn. He has been doing the treble 19 route on anything with a 4 on the end. It needs 2 visits.
64.
So takes the
Bradley
64 off,
required
leaves himself a straight
47.
100. Roos should get 2 at this. He will. Back on that 16s, which is the side of the board that he absolutely loves.
15.
And you can see there what he
Christian
thinks of that,
required 100.
Wickenden. Treble 20 first. It looks like he's going tops by his eye line. It was a half-hearted tops if it was
60.
the case. And he knows it. He knows it. Roos will not make a mistake here,
Bradley
surely.
required 32.
Bradley Roos was literally on his knees. But now he's been given his reprieve, his stay of execution in this match. Double 8.
Game,
For a
shots,
4-3
and the
victory,
match.
and Chris
Bradley
Wickenden
Roos.
tried to pull off the ultimate comeback for a second game in a row, but Bradley Roos holds his nerve in the end, and a little bit of a point towards the camera, a little bit of showmanship from the young Dutchman as he wins by 4 legs to 3. I think more relief than anything else. And so Bradley Roos gets the better with Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 3. That's the end of the second round of fixtures. And coming up after the break is a repeat of the game, which saw a 9-dart finish yesterday as Andreas Toft Jorgensen faces off against Andreas Harrison.
Welcome back. Half a dozen darting duels down here on Tuesday at the MODUS Super Series, and this is what's happened so far. John Henderson and Andreas Harrison getting off to flying starts. 4-0 to Hendo in the first match, 4-2 to Harrison in the second. And then Chris Wickenden, well, he came back from 3-0 behind in Game 3. His comeback in the game really kick-started with this 1-5-4 checker. Absolutely brilliant stuff with Toff Jorgensen waiting on 68 for the match. And then Wickenden, well, he went on to win it. 115 finish to see off the day in a brilliant comeback victory for Pugs, who managed to keep himself clinging to the coattails of the rest of the group. And in the next match, the one before the break there, we saw Wickenden almost pull it off again. He was 3-0 down to Bradley Roos, got back to 3-3, but Roos managed to get over the line, that following a further win for Harrison and again for John Henderson. What that means in terms of the league table is that Andreas Harrison sits top of it. He is 2 points clear of Henderson, and the man who's just won, Roos, Toff Jorgensen and Attard on 6 points. Wickenden, after that defeat, stays bottom on 4, but the next game features the two Andreases, Harrison and Toft Jorgensen. In this fixture yesterday, there was a 9-dart finish, of course, from Andreas Harrison, the Swede, making a little bit of history.
And so, can history repeat itself? Can lightning strike twice as the two Andreases go head to head? And, well, for Harrison, there was Andreas no fault in the last leg of that decider yesterday with that perfect 9-dart leg. And you could tell how pleased he was with that achievement. He's
first leg, it's Andreas
softly
Jorgensen to throw
spoken
first.
guy, and
Game on.
do you know what? You could just see this smile on his face beaming from ear to ear after he hit that 9-darter, and he said it was the greatest moment in his darting career. And he's achieved some things as Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, he has, and you have to remember that these two, being Scandinavian, they will know each other's games inside out. Hang on a minute.
He's hit 12 perfect darts against Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
91.
In his last 12 darts against him.
I mean, that would have been the most incredible thing that we would have ever seen at the Super Series. We may as well have just packed it up and gone home if he hit 9 darters in back-to-back legs, in back-to-back matches, on back-to-back days.
Absolutely shut the whole thing down, put up, see you after Christmas, and we'll come back in 2024. That would have been amazing had that have happened. But it didn't.
100. Andreas should require 130.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen, 130. He's lost both his games 4-3 today. But he's hoping to get off to a good start. Double 5. Would have been for a ton plus outshot for the first leg of the day. And so Harrison, who yet to have a ton plus outshot today, is looking to get his first on the bullseye. And he finds a 1-2-1 to break after Andreas Toff Jorgensen missed double 5 for 130 to hold.
Second leg, it's Andreas
Right
Harrison
smart between the two players there, because Toff Jorgensen's thinking, what have I got to do? What have I got to do to get that opening leg off of you?
140.
Well, I know these two are spending a lot of time with one another here in Portsmouth. Both being helped supported a lot by Dean Moss, a very well-known and respected character in the Nordic and Baltic game, and they've been they're staying in the same vicinity as one another. I believe they went out to enjoy a pizza with one another last night. I wonder what the topic of conversation may have been over that particular meal.
Probably, of course, a lot cheaper over here than it is in Scandinavia. Yeah, no, look, they seem to be good friends, and we touched on friends playing each other yesterday, and
100.
how much easier it is. There's no sort of tightness in the arm. It's just a free flowing. You're not worried whether your friend beats you. He's not worried whether you beat him.
93.
And you tend to bring the best out in one another, I find.
This could be a carbon copy leg because Harrison has left 1-2-1 after 9. But he's not going to take it out on this occasion. Didn't have to take it out on this
105.
occasion with Toff Jorgensen back on 288. Perhaps ironically, the pizza restaurant that they were talking about going to, the price of one of their small pizzas is $9.99. As Toff Jorgensen hits a max.
Andreas requires 16.
One apiece in the 180 stats.
Game shot on the second
But
leg.
it's 2-0
Harrison.
to Harrison on the leg stat. That's the important one.
Third leg, it's Andreas Jorgensen to throw first.
Averages
Game on.
111.12 and 115.62. 26 starts has taken Andreas Harrison to the halfway point in this match.
123. 100.
You know, we talk about averages, Scott, and you know, we speak about how the parameters and the parameters change. Where do you think we're going to be in 10 years' time with
22.
averages and stuff?
Well, it's a very good question. And it's one that I'm not sure I can actually answer because
140.
how far can it go? You know, that's the answer. How far can it actually go? Are we going to see ourselves at the point?
134.
Well, will the board stay the same? Is somebody going to come along and take the game and say, oh, no, we need to make the treble 20 a bigger 1 millimetre all the way
100.
round, or all the trebles? And that changes the aspects of the game, because I think that's the biggest change from the 70s and 80s to now, is the way that the boards are built. So the target area is slightly bigger without it being a round wire. We've virtually eliminated bounce outs. There's still
40.
they're creeping back in, but I'll go to that in a
92.
minute. But I think that's been the biggest change from then to now over the last 40 years. So what can change over the next 10 years to change that? Nice and tidy. 92 there from Toff Jorgensen. What actually can change with equipment and anything
Game on.
that can improve it by that big a margin? I don't think there is anything.
Bit like how in the 100 metres, you can
85.
probably make sub 10 seconds, but you're not going to get any further than that, pretty much.
And that would be maybe by a change of track surface, the way that it's laid, the way that it's
77.
built, or whatever. So it's an outside interference that's going to change it. And I feel the same with darts. I think, you know, how far can it go? We're going, you know, the equipment is
100.
getting thinner. You know, you think back about the big brass bombers they used to use, and they could get 1 or 2 in the treble 20. Now we're using this
46.
high-tech tungsten, which are now being trimmed because we're using like 95% tungsten and 90% tungsten to trim the size of the barrel down.
60.
We're using varying shapes of flights to try and avoid and stems and shafts to avoid hitting one another and
96.
to avoid deflections and Robin Hoods. And I suppose with Andreas on here, this is a prime example with the shape of the flight and everything, trying to make it smaller so it's
100.
easy to go by. But I still don't think that that's going to make that massive improvement. The only difference could be that players are going to play more and they're going to be
57.
more professional
Andreas
players.
require
So your
156.
professional, the standard will go lower down. So you're not going to see only the top 16 doing your regular 100 averages, which you're not now, to be
80.
fair. But it will go down to maybe number 60, maybe. Who knows? Because the guys will be practicing more with this equipment. But I don't see there being such a rapid jump as what we've had from the 70s, 80s to now, that's for
Andreas
sure.
requires 76.
Harrison here, 76 for 3-1 leads, averaging 102.28 in this match. And he's going to have a dart at tops to go 2 clear.
shot on the
Only needs
fourth
that
leg.
one dart at tops.
Andreas
He's 3 for
Harrison.
4 in the finishing. He's 3-1 to the good. And Andreas Toff Jorgensen just stands in the
Fifth leg, it's
background
Andreas
wondering what on
Jorgensen
earth
to throw
he's been hit
first.
with.
Game on.
He's averaging 98 himself, but he's hardly had a scare. He's hardly had a look in this match.
100.
Hardly been able to lay a glove.
97. $140. $140.
Harrison making a sprint for the finishing line. Buff Jorgensen is
57.
proving a tough cookie to crack here. He's averaging 98 here.
84.
Buff Jorgensen, and still on the end of a 3-1 at the moment. And he must be thinking to himself, what can he do different?
98.
Well, he's given himself a inroad in this leg, but you sense he may have to take out the 106, especially now that first dart's pitched there. You expect there to be another.
100.
The one will
Address
do.
required 106.
This to save the match.
And it's nicely done. It's back for tops.
86.
Slightly rushed, I
Address
think,
required
sometimes. He does
80.
drag that last dart inside rather than outside. Just Toft Jorgensen, which is the better way to do it. And it's Harrison here
Game,
who
shot,
drags it
and the
nowhere
match.
other than
Andreas
smack bang
Harrison.
into the double top. It's a 4-1 win for Andreas Harrison. No 9-darter today in this one. We'll let him have a day off. Maybe he could do it again tomorrow. But it's a 4-1 win in his advantage. And look at the stats there. Toft Jorgensen, 97.91. Hasn't done a lot wrong. 1 from 4 on the doubles, and he still finds himself on the wrong end of a 4-1. Andreas Harrison in the other corner, 4 out of 5 on the doubles, 100.93 in our first 100 average of the week so far. We're going to head off to a short break. When we return, we will have Norbert Attard taking on Bradley Roos.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where under the bright lights and on the big stage, the next duo to appear Norbert Attard and Bradley Roos. The Dutchman who led the league table overnight is now currently sitting in third spot on 4 points off the pace, but could close the gap to 2 points on Andreas Harrison, who is now charging away seemingly. As for his opponent here, Norbert Attard, he has 6 after losing both of his opening fixtures today. Looking to change that here and talking you through it, it's Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And I just wonder with Norbert Scott that he's had such a slow start to the day, but maybe that big break in his day has come at the perfect time. He's had
First
3
leg,
games
it's
off. He's had
Norbert
enough time to
first.
recompose
Game
and go again.
Yeah, he's got to hope so. I mean, yesterday he arrived a little late, didn't he? He was right on the cut-off point, and he really didn't. He probably had half an hour, 40 minutes before
32.
he actually played a game. He had no time to think about what was going on in the place, and he was sort of in fast forward motion, and really did start well yesterday. You got to say he looked, you know, the part yesterday. But today he was here early doors. I was here sort of well before 8 this morning, and he was here at the same time. And
29.
maybe he's over practiced today. I don't know. Maybe the preparation's slightly different. But Bradley Roos on the back of he's had sort of more or less just a 1 game off, and that would have suited him, having just sort of pipped a close game with
140.
Wickenden 4-3.
Well, first things first, is with every single visit in this game, Norbert Attard is moving further and further left across the hockey.
I noticed that in his first
95.
game. Yesterday, he was lining up slightly more central. I don't know whether he checks where his foot is or whether he just lines himself up on the board, but whatever he's doing, he's
60.
trying different things because I think he feels that it's gone wrong already. So that's what I feel he's done. And I'm very similar as a player as well. If I don't find my
17.
zone or my feel, I try half a foot one way. And I mean, not as in distance half a foot. When I put my foot to the hockey, I know the width of my foot, so I'll try half one way. If that doesn't work, I'll go
100.
half a foot back the other way. And if that still doesn't work, I'm quite happy to step back an inch from the hockey as well and try and find it. And sometimes you shouldn't even move. You should just leave it where it is and believe in your own ability and
140.
believe that that's what's
Bradley
supposed to work.
156.
So this is where sometimes when we say there's a thinking player, you can always overthink things.
It's that difficult medium between
100.
you can either do the same thing 100 times, it'd be the dictionary definition of insanity, or you can then completely change everything and go by as a consequence of it. In some senses, you can't win in that scenario.
140.
No, exactly right. You can't. If you stay in the same place and it
56.
doesn't still work, you come off and chastise yourself over that. And if you move, you come off and it doesn't work, you
Game shot on the
chastise yourself
first
over
leg.
that.
Bradley Roos.
A nice little 1 dart kill there for Bradley Roos. On
Second leg, it's Bradley to
56.
throw first.
Break
Game
a
on.
throw as well.
I just wonder whether that first leg of the day against John Henderson, the fact he lost it has just set the tone for him.
140.
And we've seen it before here, and it can easily do that. It gets you trying, doesn't it? It gets you over trying. And at the moment,
32.
you can tell from the body language, he is not a happy bunny at the moment, Norbert Attard.
Well, since beating Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 3,
65.
he has now won 1 leg in 17.
So yeah, what you're saying, it is eating away at him, yeah, and it would me. And now he's overthinking
67.
and can't even throw straight. Now he's at the treble 19. I wonder if he's going to start down on the 19s of the next visit.
97.
But you've got to give Bradley credit here because he's doing a really professional job amidst everything that's, well, not being thrown back at him.
42.
I had a feeling that he would go down on that visit. Attard, just knowing dart players and being one like I am,
58.
it's what I'd have done.
$100. Bradley required 141.
Well, we've seen a few of these this week. Not going to add another one to the list.
65.
Left himself 76 here to double his lead to 2-0. Can it sometimes be more difficult playing a game when you've got absolutely nothing being fired back at you? You can almost feel like you're playing in your living room on your own.
57. Bradley
Absolutely. You drop into a mode where you think, well, it doesn't matter what I do here. I even if he comes back, I will then turn my afterburners on and get myself out of it.
Bradley Ruse.
He finds a 76 clean kill, 2 from 2 on the doubles, average just under 88 and a half.
Norbert to throw first.
2-0 lead for Bradley Ruse against Norbert Attard.
So we've got a 56 shot, a 76 shot, surely a try, 96 this time round, won't he?
And then finish on a 116.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's more like it for Norbert Attard. That's his first max of the match.
Wherever he stood that time was the right
60.
place, Henry.
Stay there, Norbert, stay there. And actually, you can see he's kicking the hockey up to try and get his placement and positioning on point. A la Gary Anderson.
85.
Yeah, but I think if you ask Gary Anderson why he did it, it's probably from his BDO days to check the hockeys were pushed up against the board. We played on so many freestanding boards that the hockeys weren't attached and they were just pieces of wood put down in. I think we all had a way of just kicking the hockey to make sure that it was in the right place. And I wonder whether that's where it started from. I'll have to ask him myself. When I bump into him one day, I'll ask him.
100.
Well, he's dropped the third dart there, Bradley. Not that it's going to matter as he hits a max. He gives a little bit of a helicopter as well.
Do you know what? We used to get. Who used to do that? There was one player who used to do that, do the helicopter.
Brendan Dolan.
Oh, of course he does. He's got a green shirt on as well, Bradley, today, so maybe that's why he did it.
Well, he is going bullseye first. He is rolling the dice and is hoping that Norbert Attard now does not take out Tots. He's sat poised on double 8 in case that isn't an eventuality.
We'll see if that little helicopter move upset Attard, because if he hits this, surely he'll do something back in reply.
No score.
I think he'd be more upset about the fact he would have gone bullseye first on the finish.
16.
Because you're basically saying to the opponent, I'm not going to gamble and play the safe route. I don't think you're going to take it.
Game
And Bradley taking out double 8 for
Bradley
a 13
Ruse.
darter and a double break.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
This is nearing panic stations for Norbert Attard.
125.
And for everyone we're talking about Norbert about, we've got to give credit to Bradley. Averaging 97.68. He's hit every single double attempt he's had so far. He's had a 13 darter in the match.
45.
Bradley's one of those players that we've watched evolve with our eyes here at the Super Series. And the first time he was here, and this is by his own admission, sometimes a little bit petulant, sometimes was very quick to let his emotions draw into things. But I actually collared Bradley, or Bradley collared me for a chat yesterday, and he was talking about how he feels like he's evolved as a player.
60.
He's been watching the tapes back from his 2 appearances here at the Super Series, and he feels like he is maturing as a player. And I think this competition has really helped
100.
accelerate that process.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I don't think it just happens for him. I think it happens for a lot of us. You learn to not accept defeat, but you learn that to get all frustrated about it when you could put it right in 2 games' time again is a most unusual situation for us dart players. We don't usually get to do that. Locally, in most places, there are starting to be more round-robin tournaments.
97.
Maybe off the back of what the Super Series are doing. We're now seeing them up around that Christmas time. There's dart tournaments all over the place. Best time to find a dart tournament anywhere local is between Christmas and New Year. Most places have got them all over the place, and most of them
55.
are round robins. And whether that's come from
119.
the Super Series being that style, I don't know. But They're definitely out there. They're definitely around, and they also help, but they're not weekly like this or daily.
85.
Well, Bradley Roos there, 119, started 25, hit the 18, went treble 17 with 101 left to leave the bull. Now comes back. Surely he's not going to go straight for the double 17. He may be forced to take out the double 17. Now, what's the thinking here, Brad, for the match?
34.
Well, if he goes bullseye for 1-2-1 while his opponent is on double top, I think he won't worry.
Double 2, double 15.
Game,
it's
shots,
the most
and the
unconventional
match,
way to
Bradley
take out a
Roos.
34, but it's taken. And Bradley Roos beats Norbert Attar by 4-0. And I think that's become his iconic celebration, the Bradley Roos finger point. 93, 94 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Bradley Roos a 4-0 victor against Norbert Attar. Coming up after the break, Chris Wickenden and John Henderson will go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Chris Wickenden and John Henderson are about to do battle. There we see that iconic rock of the Scotsman, John Henderson, and he's been playing to a high standard today as the Highlander. Arguably, they played even better stuff yesterday, but it is unbeaten start to his campaign so far. Wins against Norbert Attard and Andreas Toft Jorgensen. That's for Wickenden. He's 1 from 2. Both those games, he trailed 3-0. Got back to 3-all, winning 1 and losing 1. Can he take down the Highlander? Let's find out with Scott and Henry.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, if you're just joining us on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, you just missed Bradley Roos taking a 4-0 win over Norbert Attard, who's struggling somewhat today. No such problem for John Henderson. He's flying today, and Chris Wickenden, he's been winning legs all day, but won one game, lost the other one 4-3. So this has all the makings of a really good tight game.
100.
Chris Wickenden is reminding me of the type of player who may not yield what he wants in Group A, but could be such a dangerous contender in Group C.
57.
His numbers yesterday, 87.5, 12 and 40 on the doubles. And as far as today's concerned, had an 82.9, 2-ton plus
99.
checkouts against Andreas Toff Jorgensen in a 4-3 win. An average 85.04 and was 3 from 5 on the doubles against Bradley Roos. If he plays those types of numbers over the last day and a half in Group C,
100.
I think he gives himself a very good chance of going through.
Yeah, I totally agree. And to be fair, although Hendo's won both his games today, his early one was just a 72 average, which is most unlike, and he won that
85.
one 4-0, funny enough. Goes back to his general mid-90 average, a 94, and then he just scrapes it 4-3 over Toff Jorgensen. So
140.
we keep going on about averages. They mean nothing. As long as you get that number 4 on your side in the leg count, you get the bits on the tables that you need.
45.
Hendo will be looking for a win here because that will then put him level in the table with Bradley Roos, just 2 points off Andreas
60.
Harrison. It's a little bit early to be looking at the whys and wherefores of the table. Probably need another couple of games to start seeing who's got to do what.
140. John, you
For a
require
player, you've got to be knowing what
144.
you need to do right now. And for Hendo, he needs to be taking this game so that he doesn't get gapped.
Game shot on the
And
first
that's
leg.
one way
John
of sorting
Henderson.
that problem out.
A 144 for 15 dart leg.
Second leg,
John
it's
Henderson
to throw
gets his first
Game on.
ton plus out of the day. He had 3 of them on day 1 and is on the board now for day 2.
And Wickenden, after a superb
140
140 setup, to leave 32, does not get back.
100.
He looks in a mean mood now, doesn't he, big John Henderson?
85.
Wasn't a classic in the first game against Norbert Attar, but he got the win. That was what mattered more than anything else. And then the second one, 94.75, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. And that's kind of, that type
55.
of performance has kind of been the level that he's been playing at for the entirety of the week so far, really.
Yeah, agreed. It's been his level for the
41.
week.
$39. $65.
Good work there with Henderson. Using that 25 to lead the 170.
125.
Wickenden
John,
still
you require
grafting. He's still right
170.
there.
He's had a 144. We'll never know whether Hendo is going to go for the big fish, but he's going to go down for the bull anyway. And he's
80.
seen his third dart spit out the board, and so it'll be 90 upon his return. But how much pressure can Chris Wickenden put on here against the darts?
85.
So-
John, you require 90.
Should be dart of the bull at the end of this turn. 87 left, and so 57 or 51.
30. Chris, you require 97.
To break back.
$57. John, you require 60.
So Wickenden once again does all he can do by leaving himself a double, and he has to hope that he gets a chance from Henderson.
Game shot on the second
And once
leg.
again, he doesn't.
John
Last time it
Henderson.
was 144 from Hendo. This time it's 60, but both mean exactly the
Third leg,
same.
it's Chris to throw
It means a
first.
leg on
Game
your side of the scoreboard. And once again, you are depriving your opponent of a double. And that's the best way to win, I know.
100. 59. $55. $55. $41.
Well, after what's been a rip-roaring start for John Henderson, a bit of a quiet leg this in the
100.
third. Tonne just about keeps this leg level pegging. But Wickenden with the advantage of throw can set up from 305.
58.
I like the 18 start from 305, I do. I head off over there and then go treble, treble.
54.
If I can. Sometimes I forget on 305, and as long as I've hit the treble first start, I'm okay. I can get across there to the 18s. This is a good visit.
140.
Henderson looking to pile in. A big visit to pressure the 107. And there's no bigger pressure than that.
Pressure required 107.
And this is going to have to go. Otherwise, he could be 2 breaks down, Chris Wickenden.
So double 7 left here for Wickenden. And his first starter double this match.
93.
Not the double he'd have chosen, but once
Johnny
again,
required
Hendo hits a
53.
big 180 right at the point that Wickenden thinks he's got him.
Game shot
And
the
once
third leg.
again,
John Henderson.
Hendo tidies nicely. It's a professional job here from Henderson.
Fourth leg, it's John
And he
to
is
throw
a man
first.
that is
Game
not
on.
far off the very top of his game at the moment. He really is playing well the last few months. And those are the signs that you're confident in your game.
180.
Here he comes again with another 180.
He really is building up a head of steam now as the Highlander. Would be a win that put him
60.
a couple of points behind Andreas Harrison at the top of the table.
I don't want to look a long way ahead, but he has Andreas Harrison.
100.
Last game of the session today, game 15. And John will want to be keeping himself close enough until then for that to make a difference, I would have thought, because
60.
yesterday when he lost 4-3, he didn't have the darts in that one, and today he has.
Well, he didn't have the darts in this one, but it looks like he's going to be running
140.
away into a 4-0 victory, leaving 81 after 9. He could complete the match within 4 turns. 81 for the match for John Henderson for a 4-0 win.
81.
They would put him within a couple of points of Andreas Harrison at the top of the table. Double 12. Now double 6.
69.
Not this time.
We talk about timing. It's the first time that he hasn't cleared up with the darts in his hand on a double. And look where Chris Wickenden is, back on 247. And I'm not knocking that because he's been right with him
59.
for all
Johnny
3
required
legs
12.
and had his heart broken every leg here, Chris Wickenden.
John Henderson has pressed him into submission,
Game,
and that
shot,
is the
and the
final
match.
fatal
John
blow as the
Henderson.
Highlander beats Pugs by 4 legs to 0. A real good performance that from John Henderson, who puts himself in a couple of points at the top of the table, trying to arrest the misfortune of yesterday. It's an 88.41 average. It's 4 from 9 on the doubles. A 1-4-4 checkout, which kick-started the match for Chris Wickenden. He had the solitary dart at double in the game, but it's Henderson who runs out a 4-0 victor, and that is 3 of our 5 rounds for the day completed. When we come back, we're going to see Norbert Attard and Andreas Toff Jorgensen go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's that part of the day where I have a little chat with Scott Mitchell to reflect on what's happened so far. Scott, it looks as if there are two players that are starting to move away with this group.
Yeah, Andreas Harrison, he's just gone off with it, hasn't he, to start off with. He's doing all he needs to do first up, and it looks like Hendo's now coming out of the pack, started the day in 5th in the group, and he's now coming out of the pack to chase him. And we have an interesting game right at the end of the day there with Henderson and Andreas Harrison matching up in game 15.
Yeah, by then that could be potentially a match that determines whether or not Harrison goes into tomorrow just needing to get a couple of wins to win the group.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it could be a done deal with the group by then, but I don't see Hendo or Harrison making a mistake up till then. Although, you know, you've seen the likes of Chris Wickenden absolutely hanging in there. That last game, he's done everything right and had his heart broken 3 times in a row by Hendo. So, you know, it's not that the other guys aren't capable of causing an upset.
Yeah, keep going 3-0 down, though. It's not a great tactic, is it? It worked once for Chris Wickenden today.
Well, it nearly worked twice, but yeah, absolutely. It's something that he's done 3 times today and something he's just got to get out the blocks a little bit quicker. But I think in that last one, going 3-0 down to Hendo, it had been harsh with Hendo stealing the throw there on the 1-4-4 with the first one to say that he did anything wrong. So they've just got to keep hanging in there. And like you say, there's Group B or C waiting for those guys anyway.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the Group A table. You can see here that Andreas Harrison is top of it by a couple of points. Are we just discounting Bradley Roos a little earlier as well? He is only 2 points off the pace.
No, we're not discounting him. We're just saying a improbability of the way that it's going. I think Bradley Roos has played equally as well as the top 2, but not as many times and as consistently as the top 2 have done it. That's the only difference with him at the moment. Henry made a very valid point about how he's spoken to him, and Bradley feels he's developed so much since the first time he was here, and we're seeing that Bradley has developed. He's not so anxious, he's not so uptight, and he knows that one leg is just one leg, and he just gets on with the next. So, you know, fair play to the Super Series and fair play to Bradley, because he knows that he's learning here as he plays.
Yeah, and as Scott said, there is more than one chance, of course, in getting through to finals night. One player will do it from this group. In a moment, we're going to take a look at the players coming in later in the week, but one of them, well, he's a popular name for viewers of the Super Series, and we are going to have a little bit of Turtle power back on Thursday. Yeah, David Schlichting, a big favourite last time he was here. He's joined by Alex Small and World Championship-bound Hopai Puhar in Group B, and then Adrian Gray, Richie Houghton and Justin Smith coming in Group C. There are players there that could be contenders come Saturday night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, David, for example, I mean, what an entertainer he is. He loves the camera, loves being in front of the camera, and obviously enjoys and plays some of his best darts in front of the camera. So, you know, we're going to see what he's got about him. Alex Small, he's won big tournaments as well. Let's not rule out the Welshman. He is. I've known him since he was a kid, and he's developing and getting better and better. They're even coming from New Zealand to have a go here now, aren't they? You know what I mean? And Pua is such a class sort of. He's that 90 average, solid. And if you get above him, you get above him, and he'll just stay at that level. He will not drop off. Richie Houghton winning all the stuff with the seniors where I've been, and look, there's many contenders for Saturday night here on Tuesday. We can see that. It's how they're going to develop their game as the groups go on.
Do you think the winner's likely to come from one of those groups, or do you see it being potentially the winner of this group?
I think without seeing them, it's difficult to say what form they're in when they come here. You know, Andreas is doing everything right at the moment. Harrison, everybody's watching and they know what he's doing, and he's just doing 90 averages for fun at the moment, and he's laying his stake in a claim on the Saturday night spot and winning it, really.
Yeah, well, do stay with us. That big Henderson-Harrison clash is the last match of today, but it's the other Andreas in the group up next, Toth Jorgensen, taking on Norbert Attard, and Scott is going to head back to comms where Henry Deacon is waiting.
Yeah, hi there, Chris. Hello again, everyone. And so Denmark and Malta, our 10th game of the morning session. And for Norbert Attard, it's an opportunity to get not just his first win, but his first leg on the board. In matter of fact, he's only had 3 darts at double over the course of the whole day. And that came in his last game against Bradley Roos.
First leg, it's Norbert to throw first.
Andreas
Game on.
goes off a lofty, lofty favourite. 8-13 he is. And that represents some real good value in my book. Remember, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Norbert Attard, 6-5,
43.
the outsider, who, after such a solid showing on day one at the Super Series, has failed to find anywhere near the heights that he found on his
57.
debut day. And it has to be said that everything has felt like hard work for him on day two. And he was saying afterwards, after the session in his interview this morning, that
100.
he was feeling relaxed as the day went along. And you felt maybe if someone feels that way the second day, you may see an inflation of levels, because once you become accustomed to somewhere, you
58.
tend to play your best stuff. But turns out it hasn't been the case for Norbert today.
59.
No, Henry, he just hasn't settled at all today. And
100.
as you rightly said, in the middle of his last game there, he struggled in that first leg, didn't he? And against Hendo right at the start of the day. And now you just wonder whether he's overthinking.
72.
It's not a position that he will have been in many times in his darting career. As glittered as it is from his home nation and as glittered as he is there,
60.
nobody from where he's come from has been put in this situation and kind of dropped in by parachute and said, right, this is what it's all about. And
80.
maybe he will take some of the MODUS Super Series back with him, and maybe they will change sometimes how they do some of their
59.
league games and
Nobody
things, and
required
maybe they'll have some weekend sort of
147.
round robins between themselves and, you know, to try and improve their grasp of it, so that if anybody else does get to come
57.
here, they won't be
Aggression
so
requiring 167.
new is the word I think we're looking for. New to the way that the round robin situation works here.
They play a lot of
82.
double stuff in Malta, as Norbert
Norbert,
was
you
saying in his
require
interview
90.
this morning. And the double may well be the ball. That double's going to be double 15 now. He's found the treble 20. This is for his first leg on the board today. Double 14, in some ways, that might actually be a happy accident, because double 14 is far more favourable than double 15.
But you think that he was so upset with himself
62.
the way that he missed the
Aggression
double 15
required
that there was
85.
no chance that that double 14 was going.
To be for his 13th consecutive leg loss today,
Game
as
shot on the
Andreas
first leg.
Toff-Jorgensen pins
Andreas
the bullseye for
Toff-Jorgensen.
85 and a breaker throw, and Norbert Attard looks a lonely figure
Second
on
leg,
that
it's Andreas to
stage.
throw first. Game on.
There is no lonelier place to be than that stage when it's going wrong. Any dartboard, any hockey,
60.
anywhere. And you could just see Toff-Jorgensen doing that. The way that he's played all today, he hasn't had a great deal of luck either, but he's not letting it get him down. And
60.
it seems that 85 was destined to go.
60.
And Attard's got to try and now start enjoying, not start over trying, now start enjoying and be more natural. And here we go.
135.
Hopefully that's a sign of things to come for him. 135.
$100. $45.
So 180 flies in for Toff-Jorgensen.
$81. Andreas should require
Andreas has already had a
101.
1-2-4 today. Can he add a 101 to the mix? This for 2-0 lead. Treble 15.
41. $60. Andreas, you require 60.
2-0. Tots a Tofty. For a 2-0 advantage.
20.
Not to be, and Norbert Attard
Norbert, you
to
require
the
120.
first leg of the day.
Now, this is where Norbert Attard has got to say, right, this is a chance. People have been taking them off of me. I'm going to have this back off of you. This is what he's got to do.
81. Andreas, you require 40.
I'm hoping he hit the flight there.
$20.
That bent the wire,
Norbert,
that
you
last
require
start.
39.
And so Norbert to get his first leg of the day. And I think this has been the dictionary definition that 2 days in darts is never the same. Norbert, who played some scintillating stuff, he could have topped the table overnight, but now really is struggling. And he is still looking for that first leg win of day 2. And he will still
34.
search and still search.
Andreas,
And
you
he may
require
well
20.
see the losing run of legs on day 2 extend to 14.
10. Norbert, you require 5.
He's that sort of player, Norbert, that if he gets this leg, he's likely to go off like a steam train. That
3. Andreas, you require 10.
this is not the player I've seen at the World Cups and Europe Cups for sure in Norbert.
And I just wonder as well with Toff Jorgensen that the lack of
6.
urgency, has not
Norbert,
helped
you
him when it's
require
come to this
2.
point when his opponent's on a double.
Henry, I couldn't agree more with you. I absolutely do.
No score.
It's affecting Toft
Andreas, you
Jorgensen.
require 4. Game shot on the second
2-0
leg.
to Toff
Andreas Toff
Jorgensen.
Jorgensen.
And Norbert Attard, it feels like after every leg he's moving
Third leg, it's
further and
Norbert to
further
throw
across to the
first.
left.
Game on.
It's like he just wants to find a spot of safety.
140.
He's had 3 times more darts at a double in this game than he has done for the rest of the day combined.
100. $45.
I hate to say it. But Norbert Attard could be at severe risk of joining a very unwanted club.
100.
Only Peter One Dart Manley has never won a leg in a day here at the Super Series.
Did he only get 1
70.
dart at a double?
Wasn't far off the truth. He went a whole day without winning a leg.
60.
But then, the beginning of the next day, won his first match. He won his first 2 matches and topped the table.
Yeah, nice tire recovery there.
43.
Yeah, no, that can happen. I've been here and lost 3 on the trot, and it's so hard. It's so hard. Then you've got to
140.
go on all your mental strength to try and recover the situation, and all you can think about is what everybody's thinking of you at home and what everybody's saying about you, and you've got to get that out of your head.
133. Andreas, you require 101.
One thing you've got to give him credit for is he's given it a right good go. Treble 19 for double 12. He's changed his tack on 81.
77. Norbert, you require 70.
I think everybody apart from Andreas is willing this in. Tops.
30. Andreas, you require 24.
Doesn't go for the double break.
Game shot on the third
3-0 it
leg.
is. One up,
Andreas
one in.
Jorgensen.
3-0 to Toff Jorgensen. And he now throws for a 4-0 win. His
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
first win of the day, having lost 4-3 to Chris Wickenden, 4-3 to John Henderson, and 4-1 to Andreas Harrison.
100.
Yeah, that's hard. His tense, nervous headache there, rubbing his forehead behind. He can't believe what's happening to him.
98.
He's now lost 18 legs in a row. The last leg he won was at 1-1 against John Henderson in the last game of yesterday.
93.
Just looks a forlorn figure up there, unfortunately.
57.
And there's going to be nobody hurting more than Norbert right now. Yeah, he's got such pride.
83.
And he likes that pride of being the first person to bear the torch of a nation. And that does come with some expectation. Let's not
140.
lay that away. But he wants to showcase not just himself, but his nation. And sometimes when things don't quite go to plan, it can hurt even more as a consequence. As Andreas comes back for 64 to complete a 4-0 victory. 88. Now 4. Inside it goes, and so Norbert gets another crack.
Norbert require 88.
The bullseye for Norbert.
46.
Doesn't go, and so 2 for Andreas Toff Jorgensen to wrap up a 4-0 win. Good luck. Oh, what a find!
Shot,
Oh, what a
and
dart! When the bed was
Andreas
pretty much
Toff
blocked. Andreas Toff Jorgensen with a superb find to seal a 4-0 success against Norbert Attard. It wasn't a classic match, but it's one that Andreas has won. Harrison and Rickenden follows us after this.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, what are you waiting for? Indeed, you could be here looking up at that stage on Saturday night. A final Christmas darty party here at the Super Series, and it could feature Dirty Harrison, who is topping the Group A table right now, looking to move closer to booking his ticket for the big Saturday Christmas bash. He takes on Chris Wickenden in game 11 of today's 15 fixtures. And Harrison, well, he hit a 9-darter yesterday. He's won all of his matches today. It is all going swimmingly for the Swede, but it seems that Wickenden may well be sinking in the quicksand. Can he pull himself out of it? Let's see with Henry and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Yeah, if, I feel for Chris Wickenden today. I've got to be honest with you. It's not easy up there on the big stage, and he's not making it easier by going 3-0 down every time he starts a game today so far.
First
Manages
leg,
to
it's
stage
Andreas to
some
throw
comebacks.
first. Game on.
One comeback he's made. One he lost 4-3. And the last one, Hendo just didn't give him a shot. So feel for him. And our table topper, Andreas Harrison. Well,
140.
no more needs to be said. He's been trudging along with his 90 averages and saying, come and get me. And if you do want to come and get me, you're going to have to hit a double first, because don't give me a
100.
shot, because I'll have it.
As you say, it's not as if Chris Wickenden has been playing bad. Far from it. But his key issue today has been
26.
the timing of when he's been on and the timing of when he's been off. The first couple of games, slow starts. He got away with it against Andreas. But to be fair, he took out 2 clutch 1 ton plus
99.
finishes. The second game against Bradley, he did enough in the end to get over the line after Wickenden had pulled it back to 3-3. Against John Henderson, just found himself a score
60.
behind pretty much in most legs, and a player with a pedigree of Hendo, 4 from 9 on the doubles and a 1-4-4 out for the Highlander. That was always going to feel like a task too far. And as far as big tasks are
96.
concerned, well, they don't get any bigger than, any greater than that of Dirty Harry, who probably is the dictionary definition of
83.
consistent, and you'd probably put it with a capital C.
Yeah, totally agree. He's in his smoking jacket and in his rocking chair
100.
here when he comes to the MODUS Super Series. He has so many great times here. He loves coming here, and once again he has just proved that point.
140.
And we're
Christian
only on
Mackay,
day
106.
2 of a 6-day darting festival before Christmas here at the MODUS Super Series, and
90. Andreas should require 52.
once again, Wickenden got himself a dart there against the throw. No two ways about him. He's huffing and puffing.
Game shot on the first leg.
And this keeps
Andreas
happening to him.
Harrison.
He's having no luck. He's just asking somebody, just miss once and let me have a go,
Second
will
leg,
you?
it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Only another couple of legs until Chris
59.
turns it on. Maybe he's got to go 3-0 down. Do you think Andreas Harrison is the most improved player we've seen here at the Super Series this year?
100.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's funny when a player just really enjoys being in a venue, and you know, there are probably people back in Sweden going, well, he may not do this at a certain venue in
140.
Sweden or whatever, and but at the end of the day, he's doing it here on the big stage in front of the cameras, and I have to agree with you, Henry. He's
84.
tenfold on what I used to know him as. He was always a tidy player, but you could get in front of him and really cause him problems, you know, back in the code that we don't like to mention, that video. And he just wasn't this player, but he's developed so well, and you know, he really is a force to be reckoned with anywhere. I think he could go and, as we said earlier, be on the Pro Tours and really cause some problems.
Well, Wickington's made a good response on throw here in leg 2.
60.
Left himself first to a finish, but this would be so typical of Andreas Harrison to pile in a 2-treble visit here, but the shake of the head says everything that you need to know about how he feels. And by slipping with the first start, it denies him the opportunity to land himself on a finish. So 6 starts on 102 for Chris Wickington to level the game up at 1 apiece. And so with 82 left, Alexa go for the bullseye
62.
and will now square himself up for double top upon his return.
$57. Christopher Clive, 40.
Be the first time he would have been at 1-1 in any game today.
Game shot.
First time he's not been at least 3-0 down in the match. 1-1.
Third leg,
Yeah,
it's
and
Andreas
good hold
to
of throw for
first.
Wickington
Game
as well. Are we at that stage in proceedings in Group A yet, where the players in the back room are starting to have a little glimpse at the table?
Yes, and they will be all cheering for Chris Wickington, because as far as they're concerned, they'll look at Chris and think, yes, he's a good player. Yes, he's a danger. But you look at the table and think, he's not a severe threat for top spot, especially if you're John, especially if you're Bradley.
60.
And so they'll want to see him take Andreas out and see it as a free life that they've gained in terms of qualification for the group.
Yeah, I agree with all that. But for me, the fact that he ran an 87 average yesterday and was third just behind the two the two average toppers, which were Andreas and Hendo, it says to me that he's still got a bit of something. And even this morning, he's still showing it that he's not getting the run of the green. There's no two ways about that. But like just then, you keep thinking, well, actually, if he does get that chance at the double, is he going to hit it? And he just proved that, yeah, he can.
This is why I think he could be such a dangerous spoiler later on in the week if he does see it as a campaign in Group C at the end of it.
I agree. I've not known a lot about Chris, and obviously I've seen him play and known around him, but I had a little chat with him yesterday, and yeah, he's a really likeable guy.
85. Andreas requires 61.
.46 remaining. He'll do anything to leave double 18. He'll do anything to hit double 18. And Harrison leads by 2 legs to 1. 15 data.
Fourth leg, it's
to accrue the third leg.
Game on.
Halfway towards the victory post. And a win that will put him on to 14 points.
Yeah, lovely shot there from the guys. It shows that the angle of entry and the angle
100
of the lateral angle of what angle it goes into the board, and we see that when he's going for that double 18, he could actually cause himself problems if he has more than one dart at it or 2 darts at it. And he puts them on that outside wire, it could be very difficult to hit. But the thing with double 18 with Harrison, he doesn't have 3 darts at it. He gets it first or second every time.
Well, the thing is, you don't get many opportunities when you take on Andreas Harrison. If you look at today's statistics, he was 40% on his doubles against Attard. He was 4 out of 5 on the finishing against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. He's 1 from 3 here. And so effectively, you do not expect to have more than 1 visit to the board. Or you shouldn't allow Andreas Harrison a full visit to the board to take out a leg, because if you do that, then you might as well accept the fact that Charlie Cortevin is going to say game shot on the leg.
140.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Andreas has already taken out a 1-2-1 today. He did that against Andreas Toff Jorgensen to open up his previous match. the bullseye first with his opponent not on a finish. And this is for a break of throw, which would mean that he'd throw for the match.
89.
And so on the theory that I've just described, Andreas Harrison wins this fourth leg because he's not going to miss 3 at double 16.
40. Andreas, you require 32.
We wait and see.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Once
Andreas
again,
Harrison.
you knows darts, Henry. You knows darts.
I'm getting good, ain't I?
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to
All
throw
right, another
first.
8 years.
Game on.
People will get the hang of you.
$60.
I think that's probably the worst 3 darts he's thrown all week at that treble 20, to be fair then. I don't think he's been that far away all week with 3 darts at treble 20.
100.
Is it fatigue setting in? Who knows? No, it's not that. Just a poor throw.
Warren had one, but then look at the
180.
recovery. But he's rectified it because effectively that means it's better than 2 single-ton turns and a 140-ton turn.
60.
He has levelled things up despite the poor visit.
60 is not a poor visit because your opponent knows you're still dead straight and you're still not far
100.
away from the treble 20. The poor visit is when you're pulling them into the 1s and the 5s. And I'm one of these players. I know it sounds absolutely stupid, which will go against the rules of every dart player, but I'd much rather hit a straight 60 than I ever would an 81 all day long. And that makes no sense whatsoever, but my opponent thinks I'm still staying straight and that I'm still there, and he feels he's dodged a bullet. If you go and hit 81, your opponent's thinking, oh, he's bottled it a bit there, he's chucked one in the 1, I've got a chance.
All about line and length, and Harrison, well, we know exactly what he's going to do from 66. He's going to go treble 10 to leave double 18. Double 18 for the match. Double 9.
48.
Doesn't go, but Chris Wickenden has been restricted to scraps, and the crumbs of Chris is going to be a 160 this time. And he won't be able to feed off the crumbs that were left on the Harrison table. And so he will come back for double 9 to seal a 4-1 success, which would mean that he'd continue his unbeaten run for the day.
18.
He always goes straight for the double 9. 1 across to the side of the board that he loves.
And the match.
Takes it
Andreas
out.
Harrison.
It's a 4-1 win to Andreas Harrison. He opens up a 2-point gap at the top of the table, although he has played that 4-point gap. Sorry, he's opened up that gap because he's played one more game. There you go. That's stock 90 average from him once again, 90.72. That's stock 50% on the checkout, 4 from 8. He takes this one 4-1 over Wickenden. We will take a short break. When we come back, we will have Bradley Roos taking on John Henderson, the Highlander.
I'm John Henderson, and these are my quick fire questions.
You're on a big fish and your opponent isn't on a finish. Go for it or lay up.
Go for it.
Best friend within darts.
Too many. I'm going to say Robert Thornton.
Willie Ballin said you. Best friend within darts.
John Henderson.
Favourite thing about England.
That I play darts here.
One thing you wish England had from Scotland.
Oh, mincing ties.
Favourite pre-match song.
Favourite pre-match song? I've got to say rocking all over the world.
What football team do you support?
Celtic.
Favourite moment within darts so far?
Winning the World Cup.
Who do you think will win the Worlds?
Michael van Gerwen.
And if the Worlds was a double tournament, who would you want to be your partner?
Peter Wright.
Celebrity you'd want a drink with?
Ken Douglas.
And now you know a little bit more about John Henderson. Let's find out what else he's got in the locker today. It's been fabulous stuff from the Highland Flinger so far. He's won 3 from 3, but he's trying to match Andreas Harrison, that pair on a collision course at the end of the session. Harrison has just made it 4 wins from 4. Henderson looking to match that before they duke it out in the last match of the day. First, he has to get past Bradley Roos, the young Dutchman, and talking you through the action are Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Simply put, you sense this is must-win for both of these players, but in particular, John Henderson, who has Andreas Harrison to come in his last game of the session. He takes on Bradley Roos, who perhaps has gone under the radar because of what's been happening around him. He was top of the table at the end of play yesterday, and still everybody was talking about the man who's just thrown his last practice darts there, John Henderson.
Game on.
But I wonder whether Bradley likes the fact he's been left under the radar, just left alone and being able just to get along with his own business.
I know I would. I would prefer it that way every time. You know, sliding through under the radar, undetected.
180.
But if you keep doing things like that, you blow the radar up and everybody knows who you are.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can do great things
59.
and people don't stand up and take note. Through to the final on both his previous appearances here, and he's made a superb start to this match. Maximum followed up by a 1-3-4. He is set his stall out straight away, and he's made his intentions to John Henderson very clear indeed.
Yeah, he definitely has, and we talked about his maturity earlier. He knows that John is the one,
60.
and Andreas, who he needs to be around and rattling the cages of to get back to that number 1 spot.
174.
Once
Bradley
again,
Mackay,
from
127.
nowhere. It's not from nowhere. He sat in the right place at the right time, but 174 there. Henderson.
102.
127.
134.
Credit to the lad. He got a dart at the ball. Surely tops now from Henderson. There's one.
140.
Oh, he's disappointed with that, and quite rightly so. The first one was a good marker.
Because he feels this might be the only chance he gets in this leg, because Bradley's been so good on double 8 today, usually because of the breakdown on the double 16. He has to shuffle across.
17.
And he just nudges the other side of the wire. And so Hendo does get a reprieve. He will come back for double 10 for the break of throw in the opening leg.
No score.
But to no avail.
Bradley, you require
And he
8.
is handed the initiative back to his young Dutch opponent. A rueful shake of the head. But Bradley's passed the present back.
John, you require 20.
Past the pass at the Super Series, and John Henderson might be one of the nicest guys in darts, but he ain't going to give out that many gifts to you when you're on the off-key. Opportunity missed, and Bradley knows all about it.
$57.
It's felt like John's had to work for everything.
Yeah, he has over the last 2 days. Nobody's given him anything, and that's as close to a gimme leg that he's had, or in the past. couple of days in this Group A. We are here on day 2, and
100.
those of you just joining us, John was 5th place out of 6 overnight in the league table. His opponent here, Bradley Roos, was topping the table on leg count back.
58.
And so far today, it is all turned round. Andreas Harrison is finding himself at the top on 14 points. Hendo's on
90.
10, trying to bridge the gap, and also Bradley Roos is on 10. So this is a big game where the overall table of Group A is concerned.
55.
Man with the stalk on the back of his shirt is looking to stalk down Andreas Harrison at the top of the group. We've just been crunching his numbers.
37.
There's the stalk of the Hague. Now you may wonder why he has the green and yellow on his shirt. He's a on the Hague in the Netherlands, but actually Feyenoord have been a dominant team in the Netherlands recently. I know Den Haag are the big team in that part of the world.
57.
But apparently Feyenoord's his club.
$82. John, you require 160.
So Hendo for 160 here. Not a good start hitting the 1. An even worse start hitting 2 ones.
22. Bradley, you require 147.
And that's as rare as Rocking Horse Doodah.
$60. John, you require 138.
Apparently regular follower of Feyenoord goes to watch a lot with his friends back home. Henderson looking to set up for a hold on the back of a break in the last leg. And Bradley, once again, we saw this a few times yesterday from him.
82.
Where he'll just go back to the
Bradley,
table and
87.
recompose himself so he's not getting lured in by what his opponent is doing in front of him. Double 18.
Game shot.
And that is why, because he gets the chance to recompose himself, firing a pop on the 87. Class and maturity in equal measure to level up at 1-1.
Yeah, superbly put, Henry. Absolutely. John's been around a while, and he knows that that was superb from the young man. He knows. And I'm sure he'll tell him after the game. Because he's that sort of fellow, as our John.
$60.
I don't know many people within the sport that is as well respected as John Henderson is. He's such a popular character
60.
wherever he goes, and genuinely is one of the nicest men you'll ever meet.
Yeah, we've been friends since day one pretty much, and our
95.
significant others are good friends as well. And yeah, we've been out for a meal or two after an event together. I believe he didn't say I was his best friend. Unbelievable. But there we go.
99.
Oh, Robert.
I remember that next time I play Thornton in the seniors. I remember, you're his best friend. I'll try and get you.
100.
But no, just a lovely, lovely man. And yeah, his walk-on used to be Big Bad John, and he's not Big Bad John at all. It couldn't have been a worse description of the man at all.
100.
The big bit, yes. The John bit, yes. The bad bit, never, ever.
One of those people that you spend time in his company, and after you're done talking to him, you feel like the star of the show. Yes, it's really endearingness. But Bradley Rose is not one for wanting to be kind or hand out gifts. He wants to be ruthless on the hockey, but he's not going to take out the 146 on this particular occasion.
He wants to be ruthless Roos.
He wants to rule the Roos.
Yeah. I like what you did there.
I'm here all week.
92. Bradley required
Well,
100.
he hasn't had a ton topper so far today. He could have literally a ton topper here. If he can find Tots tops. Stays on the treble 20 to leave double 10.
80.
Just grazes the
John,
wire.
you
Henderson back
require
for 94. And this would be for the third consecutive break of throw to kickstart this match. 76 left. Double 18. Leaves himself double top. Double could be trouble for Bradley Roos as Henderson breaks to make it 2-1. And could that be a tie turner?
It's John to throw first. Game on.
Well, I don't think anybody's held throw yet in this match. But this is what John is starting to do. He's starting to take it, make his move.
100.
Doing exactly what Harrison's doing. Harrison is doing exactly the same. He's cleaning up every time he gets under that 100. They're taking it out.
180.
And what a mature throw from that young man. He could have let that whole situation get to him. He had a dart at that double 10. It was so close.
41.
And you just go, do you know what? It wasn't my time. When your head's in the right mind. When it's not in the right mind space, it's going, I should have hit that. I should have done that. And then you don't go in and produce that 180 like the young man
100.
just did. I've been very impressed with this fella. Very impressed indeed. Bradley Roos in the last 2 days.
Biggest thing I like hearing about him is the fact that he's...
140.
You know, there's some young players who want it yesterday and they want everything too soon. And as ambitious as Bradley is, he's happy to take the right steps at the right time. Not chase something
60.
which perhaps is too far out of reach too soon.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. You find sometimes with the younger players, if success
55.
comes too quickly,
Bradley require 161.
when the success stops, they kind of walk away from it generally and disappear, whereas those slow burners and the slow learners seem to be around for an awful long time. But it's funny, as a player, you don't ever know it yourself. You don't ever know that ability yourself. I remember going to Lakeside for my first time in 2010 and saying to Tony and Daryl that Tony O'Shea and Daryl Fitton, and said, how do you guys keep getting here? It's so hard to get here every year. He said, come and see us in 10 years and we'll tell you. Because they knew that I would be back there for 10 years on the trot. And that's what happened.
Bradley Roos.
And once again, a break of throw from Bradley Roos. We are 2-2 and nobody yet to hold throw.
Game on.
We've officially entered breakathlon territory. A game that reminds me of our good friend John Walling because it's been a break at the end of every leg.
Absolutely. The corresponding fixture yesterday saw Roos beat Hendo 4-3.
100.
Hendo would have had the darts in that one.
59.
Just looking back, Hendo had a 93.
100.
And Roos had a 92.
Talking of Tony, how is he? Have you spoken to him at all recently?
To be fair, I haven't. I spoke to Daryl at the weekend. I've seen Daryl Fitton and
100.
yeah, I think it's even his dog Max's birthday today, Daryl. That's how well I know Daryl. So yeah, quite a strange, but not seen Tony for a while. Daryl's doing very well. He was there supporting some players that they had at Lakeside over the week.
60. John, you require 167.
Well, 6 darts here from 167 for John Henderson to make it 3-2. And it'd be a 5th consecutive break of throw, and he's going to do the perfect setup job. Now, Hendo in that VT said that he'd do anything to hit a big fish with his opponent on a finish. The 167 may be a different task.
Absolutely. It's a different question altogether.
100. John, you require 40.
Different kettle of fish, I suppose. Tots for 3-2.
Game shot on the 5th leg. John Henderson.
The 5th straight break in this match, but John Henderson will be hoping that the only hold is in this leg because it secured him a 4-2 victory. There mean that he'd be on a collision course with Andreas Harrison in the last game of the session.
I think Bradley Roos has taught John the pop to the table trick. Well, it's not a trick, just a routine.
Talking about friends of ours at the Super Series. Very happy birthday to a player who won here in 2023, but we're not going to see him anymore. Owen Bates.
28.
Oh, friends. You wait till I tell Cam Crabtree about that.
60.
You can say it if you like, because I can't say his name.
What, Cam Crabtree?
140.
Cheers, Scott.
No problem. Happy birthday, Owen. Lovely lad, just the same.
60.
Well, Henderson's closing in now because Bradley Rose has had an off leg at the worst possible time. 2-140. Savage in the middle of a 28 visit. And Hendo.
98.
Set himself up nicely enough. 95 to win the match. Bradley looks like he's just ran out of steam a little bit in this game.
59.
So the
John
Highlander
95.
put himself onto 12 points. 2 behind Andreas Harrison at the top of the pile. Has got as much time as he would like on this 95. Doesn't have to go as conventional as he wants to. He could be inventive if he wants to. He can go for double 8 to win
79.
the match. Well, 4-2 win.
60. John, you require
To continue
60.
his charge on day 2. Double 8 is sank for John Henderson to keep him right in the mix. And for Bradley Roos, that could be a big defeat as far as he's concerned. He really hopes now that John Henderson wins that final game of the session against Andreas Harrison. After he gets the better, he hopes, of Andreas Toff Jorgensen. But for Hendo, he has set up that showdown now with the Super Swede at the top of the pile. He moves to within 2 points as we enter the final round of fixtures, which kick-starts with Chris Wickenden up against Norbert Attard.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that collision course remains on. John Henderson and Andreas Harrison both winning all of their matches today, and they will fight it out right at the end of the day in a match which will determine who out of the pair of them will be top of the table. Harrison winning 4-1 against Chris Wickenden last time out. Henderson responding by beating Bradley Roos 4-2. The next game features Chris Wickenden and Norbert Attard. Now, Attard has really struggled today after a promising start yesterday for the man from Malta. Andreas Toff Jorgensen still to play Bradley Roos, and then that crunch clash at the top of the table. And this is how the table looks. As you can see, Harrison does have the advantage, 2 points clear, but if Henderson wins that match and goes level, then he will be in P1 because he already has a level leg difference. It looks like it's going to be a battle between those two now to see which one makes it through to finals night from this group. And it would be very interesting if Henderson were to win that game, of course, because then it would be level going into tomorrow. If Harrison can win that last match today, then he will have a real head start on Henderson and, of course, the rest of the field. But as I said, the next game is Wickenden versus Attard, their final throws for today. And guiding you through the action are Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And here we go. The final round of the day is a cometh, and it is the two players who occupy the bottom two spots in the league that go toe-to-toe, Norbert Attard and Chris Wickenden. But it feels quite harsh on the way that Chris has played over the course of 2 days, really, that he's only sat on 4 points and that he finds himself at the bottom of the pile. But that is the ruthless nature of the MODUS Super Series. As for Norbert Attard, well, he's been the dictionary definition that no 2 days in the sport are ever the same. Day one, he had a daily average of 82.5. He was 13 out of 41 on the doubles, and we thought we may have just found a player here at the Super Series. But day two has had its trials and tribulations, and now hopes to pick up a win that will mean that he'll at least have a 4-point gap on Chris Wickenden at the bottom of the table going into the last day, and that he won't be 60 in the chase for the wooden spoon.
Yeah, exactly right. Don't want to be finishing the bottom of the table. Don't do your mojo any good going into the next two. Having said that, we have seen bottom of the table do well in Group C. It's nice to just 60. Sometimes when you get to a point you need a restart. Start again, standing a bit further over to the left than he was in the last 100. Game. You noticed that he seems to move around and dodge about a bit there.
Well, I nipped out the auditorium, nipped out this commentary box a few games ago 95. And was speaking to one of the people backstage here, and they were saying that when they were aligning the camera positions for the players, they had to move Norbert's across by a significant margin because 96. Of the significant way that he's moved across the oche.
Yeah, Chris Wickenden, you can see there from that overhead shot that he lines up
99.
Pretty much dead straight in the middle. You see that Attard there. Right, his left, he goes across the oche. I've always wondered why oche designers do not design an oche with marks on the top of the oche to make it easier for the players to find their place to stand. 57. I mean, surely it's advantageous
148.
To whoever's organising for the game to be of a better standard, and that could happen if a player's standing in the same place all the time.
A little bit like how bowler will mark his crease.
Yeah, absolutely. How a batter will mark its stand. You know, it's if you don't want players up there scuffing and putting the darts on your nice black painted bits on an oche,
44.
Then I know that I'm a little bit sneaky. 63. I will find my mark on an oche, and then I'll just bend down and put a nice little scratch mark on it with the point of my dart, which would obviously be nicely sharpened.
23.
And and make myself a mark so that I know where I stand.
Not like a Scotty dog to mark its territory, is it?
No, not at all. Just a little scratch, that's all it is. Like when you go to the doctors.
50. Norbert, you require 40.
I know our county stage, we have big little sort of brass things on the top. Brass tacks on the top as markers so that you can find your point where you stand.
This is going to be the first point on the board for Norbert Attard, who's still yet to win a leg today.
36.
And he's, well, I suppose if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. But this double has had a lot of action today, double 18. Who's inside? It's a double 9.
Game shot on the
Found.
first
It's
leg.
1-0 to Chris Wickenden. And Norbert Attard has played 17 legs today.
Second
and
leg,
has
it's
lost a
Norbert
lot.
to throw first. Game on.
And it's a shame to see because he's been so upbeat about his experience here at the Super Series. And he actually comes from a bit of a sporting
43.
family, does Norbert Attard. His brother's a professional jockey in the horse racing world. He's a professional jockey in Europe.
140.
I believe he told me it was Italy. He's a professional horse jockey. Well, Attard here needs to saddle up a little bit.
42.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. There's no two ways about it. And that missing that double was just
100.
the lack of hitting them all day. And you were thinking, you just still over trying. You just got to go, do you know what? I've done all that trying. I'm just going to lob it now.
140.
Similar experience here with Andy Bolton. When I played him in the finals night, I think he'd beaten me like 3 times on the trot already before that in Group A, and I just thought, you know what, I've done all this trying, I'm just going to get my head down and lob him, and managed to sneak him 4-3 with the darts.
58.
And you've got to have something about you as a dart player, that you have that resilience somewhere inside, and you've got to find it at the times when you feel you haven't got it. It's hard to explain. You've got to believe when everybody else around you is not believing.
Andy Bolton is probably a player we haven't spoken about for pound best player this year, considering some of the performances he's put into the Super Series.
42.
He's losing tour card.
Christian required 42.
Wickenden here, 42 for the break and for 2-0. And it has to be said, in next to no time at all and with relative comfort, double 16.
Game shot on the second
14
leg.
darter.
Chris
Touch of
Wickenden.
class from Chris. 2-0 he leads.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $100.
Thing you have to do as a dart player is think resilient all the time. It never goes your way all the time.
45.
But you can restrict how long it lasts. You can see that art here. Feeling the strain of a poor
100.
day for him on the board. This won't have happened to him too many times where he's from.
If you're him right now, what are you doing to try and regroup over the
68.
course of tonight going into tomorrow morning?
Honestly, I would go out, have a beer or two, have something nice to eat,
97.
and try and make good of the day that I've just had. Try and make something happen that's absolutely right. And maybe if they bring you the wrong food or the order that you've ordered, then you know it wasn't your day. No, just try and do something away from darts and do not think darts. Do something that I'm not thinking about today. That's what I would do.
So don't tune into the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, Norbert. But if you're watching on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel right now, don't forget to subscribe, because there's a lot of you that don't, and you're going to miss out on some very, very good content. So
59.
subscribe now on YouTube.
Christian required 104.
Yeah, I wouldn't be going and watching it back, that's for sure, if I was that hard today.
Well, Wickenden might want to watch this 104 back, but he's not going to find the treble 20 there.
56.
Yeah, plenty of goodies on the Super Series YouTube channel. Do give that a subscribe. We're going to do some really special, fun stuff on there in the not too distant future. But it's 48 for Chris Wickenden to make it 3-0. Double 16.
Game shot on the third.
3-0 it is, and the misery is compounded for Norbert Attard, who could well be within a leg of becoming only the second player in Super Series history to have lost every single leg in a 5-game session.
$55. $41. $100. $81. $100.
Better visit there from Attard.
$95.
Have to remain positive.
I'm just going to break it down as simple as this. He's got 6 starts here. 6 starts. Try and do as much as you can.
48. $97.
And this is a key. Break yourself for the zones. Try and get yourself on the 2 data if possible.
53.
Wickenden now closing in.
140.
140 to leave. 47.
145.
Not to be for Norbert. Not just there, but seemingly today. As Wickenden comes back for 47 to complete a comprehensive 4-0 win. It would mean it'd be his first win of the day. It's double 16 for Chris to get a win. It's a 4-0 win against Norbert Attard. A 17 data to complete the job. Wickenden beats Attard 4-0.
So it's all building up to that end of day showdown between Henderson and Harrison here at the Super Series. The winner of that match will be top of the table. But the winner of this one will put themselves right in the rearview mirror of the top two and will be looking good for Group B. Remember the opportunities that come with that. It's not all about top spot in Group A. It's Bradley Roos, the Dutch darter, against the Danish opponent Andreas Toft Jorgensen. When the pair met yesterday, the match was won by Jorgensen by 4 legs to 1. And guiding you through this one, it's back to Henry and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Merv. Yeah, this was 4-1 the other yesterday. I have to say, probably it was the spark that got Bradley Roos going, because it was his worst game yesterday. And I think he decided that he didn't want to play like that anymore, and he hasn't. Toft Jorgensen's pretty much gone strength to strength. He's been unlucky in a couple of those games with 4-3 since then.
Well, that's a perfect start to the match for Bradley, who, as Scott Marty mentions, has really upped the levels today.
100.
Averages of 86 in his first 2 games and 93 against the Tard. And then Kay dropped off against John Henderson in a 4-2 defeat. But by and large, it's been
96.
more consistent, whereas maybe you could have labelled the argument at Bradley at times. It's a little bit feast or famine on day one, but when he found it, he really found it.
100.
Yeah, he has. And
99.
Just looks so controlled today. Doesn't look like there's any panic in anything 59. That he's doing. And
Bradley requiring 126.
Got the luxury of time.
54.
Moves across and has 72 upon his return.
$59. Bradley requires 72.
Yep, goes to 16's route. Of course, if he misses, that leaves single 16 for double top.
32. Andreas require 123. $64.
No. Tops for the break for Bradley 40. In leg 1.
Game shot.
And it goes. 16 dart breaker for Bradley Roos to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I think Andreas will overall assess today.
90.
I think it's a difficult one for him, really. He's played well.
41.
Against the better players, hasn't he? He had a 90-plus average earlier against Hendo and only lost 4-3. And I think he's sort of... He then had a 97 average against Andreas Harrison the next game.
49.
And lost 4-1. And I think that's been kind of the tale of the day for him. He's kind of playing to the standard of whoever he's playing at the moment. And that's something he needs to snap out of a little bit, really.
140.
It is nice to have
60.
In your locker. And he has obviously beat Attard 4-0 since those 2 games.
57.
The top men know he's a danger, and that's why they've played as they have against him in this group. And
140.
It's such a short format.
Bradley require 170.
None of this playing safe and laying up. You've got to be full core onto those trebles and
134.
Exactly like Bradley Roos has just done.
Well, Double 18 to double his lead.
59.
And
Bradley
at the
required
moment, he's making
36.
real light work of Andreas Toff Jorgensen, who just looks like he's having a few wobbles towards the end of his day. Double 9. 2-0 to Bradley Roos, who looks as if he's got anything apart from a real clear vision ahead of him.
Third leg,
As
it's
for
Andreas to
Andreas,
throw first. Game on.
looks like it's getting a little bit tiring for Tofty at the end of the day. It's seen him get beaten
60.
to everybody apart from Robert Attard so far. So it's 2-4-3s at the beginning of the day, which really hurt.
59. $140.
I think the game that Toft Jorgensen was the one where he was 3-0 up against Wickenden, and Wickenden hit a 154 and the 115 in that to break on both
60.
occasions to break his throw. And you do, as a player, you just start to think, oh, is this going to be my day today? Especially if you played in a few of these round robin situations. It's
81.
It's one of those.
$140.
Andreas making better weather in this leg. 2 rounds of 60 scores have been followed by 2 rounds of 140 scores. Bradley needs to find a trouble here.
97. Andreas should require
Leave
101.
himself on a finish. He does on 167. But can Andreas find 81? He's been going treble 15 and treble 19.
48.
That particular breakdown.
Bradley require 167.
This for the double break. Treble 19.
$100.
You saw a little
Andreas
grimace from
required
Bradley
53.
there. He really thought that was going. That's where he is.
Shot on the third leg. Andreas Toff
In his
Jorgensen.
mind at the minute. Toff Jorgensen holds throw
Fourth
there.
leg, it's Bradley to throw
17
first.
darts.
Game on.
Nice little 53 check. That gives you confidence when you just do that nice and clean and a couple of darts. But this young man once again shown his maturity. That's trying to shut the door back in your face, really.
57.
Yeah, the 180 call bellowed by Charlie Courtefine. Fresh off the back of calling the
96.
WDF World Final on Sunday. There he is. Been quite the month for Mr. Courtefine. First PDC Major
99.
Final. Officiated Andy Barton's 6-1 win against Chris Lambert on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 years he's been there. I remember him as when he was in short trousers there, you know. He was the new boy.
140.
Charlie Catastrophe, I named him because I couldn't say his surname. Charlie Catastrophe, he's always been to me. I even bought him a dart shirt when he
83.
started playing with Charlie Catastrophe written on the back.
Remember meeting Charlie at Gatwick Airport en route to the Isle of Man.
59. Bradley requires
Man, oh
102.
man, this would be big for Bradley to put himself 3-1 up. 82 options here. Bull or treble 14. Went for the bullseye.
53. Andreas should require 146.
So 146 for Toff Jorgensen. Treble 20, treble 18, double 16 was his thinking there. But Bradley back for 49.
90.
For a 3-1
Bradley
lead.
required 49.
And to put himself to within a leg of the match. Double 16. He'll do anything to leave it. But he hasn't quite had the desired success rate on it today up until that point. And now he puts himself into within a leg on victory against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. A win would put Bradley on 12. And with Andreas on 14 and Henderson on 12 going toe-to-toe in the last game of the session, realistically, he would like John to win that game so that he is just a couple of points behind a couple of players.
100.
I think he'd prefer Carnage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure keep it interesting. Everybody would like to see that.
180.
Oh, the 180 for Roos. He's been the big 180 hitter today.
80.
Andreas has had one hit against him to win a match so far this week. Lightning's not going to strike twice, is it?
180.
Breathe, Henry, breathe.
60.
So here we go then.
141.
Can he do this? Yes, the first one's there. Oh, not to be.
89.
But what a great attempt from the young man. And more importantly, he set himself up to win the game and keep him in touch with the two group toppers,
105.
Endo and Harrison.
Bradley, you require 52.
To win the game in sumptuous style, he nearly treated us to the 9, but double 16 for an 11 dart leg.
36.
Well, there should be some
Andreas
skin saver for Andreas, so
156.
156. Not going to happen, and so Bradley comes back to keep himself in touching distance at the
100.
top.
Bradley requires 16.
Double 8 to seal a crucial 2 points. And to keep tabs of the table toppers who'll go toe-to-toe in the final game of the session. Bradley Woos gets a bit of Andreas Top-Jorgensen by 4x1. It puts him on to 12 points going into the final day's action. And when he was thinking about a celebration in front of the camera, but you know what? It's all business-like for Bradley Woos. He knows that he's done some of a job today, but he knows there's still work to do tomorrow. A 4-1 victory against the Dane Andreas Top-Jorgensen rounds off his day. And when we return after the break, it's our final match of the session. As we see the top two collide, the two heavyweights go toe-to-toe. It's Andreas Harrison against John Henderson, live and next.
Well, it all comes down to this. It seemed at the start of the day that all roads pointed towards this curtain-closing darting duel between Andreas Harrison and John Henderson, and the match you're about to see will determine which one of them is top of the table going into the final day of this week's Group A. Harrison has the lead at the moment by 2 points. Henderson would go level if he wins this game, but he would have a better leg difference and therefore would be top of the tree. It's the Highlander against Dirty Harry, but who is going to go ahead and make their day and make it a perfect day? Let's see. Here's Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Thank you so much, Chris. And so today boils down to this. John Henderson and Andreas Harrison go toe-to-toe in a game that could well dictate where this group will lie, where the land will be laid going into tomorrow's proceedings, where Andreas Harrison will have a big cushion of 4 points and will feel like it'll be job half done, or whether John Henderson is going to set us up for a grandstand finale where there'd most definitely be 3 horses in the race. We know the levels that John Henderson has got, but he's going to have to put in a big performance, because this man on your screen, Andreas Harrison, has been putting in the types of numbers that anybody within the top echelons of the sport would like to put in. His average for the day, 95.72 in terms of his checkout stats. He is 55% when it comes to the finishing.
100.
That is finishing stats of a world-class level. For John Henderson, he's averaged 85.5 for the day, and his finishing stats not too shabby either, 33%. So when he gets a go with 3 darts in hand, he by and large takes it. What do you think is going to be the deciding factor, Scott?
Well, in this fixture yesterday, Hendo didn't have the darts, and today he has, so that should be something in his favour. But both know that this is a big, crucial game in the direction of where the group is going to go, and we may not see the big averages because it may be a little bit tight at times, but I think it's going to be entertaining all the same.
How crucial could the fact that Henderson has the darts be when you consider Andreas' stats today?
I'll reserve my comment on that until I see whether he holds the first leg here. No, I wouldn't do that. Keep babbling on for no reason.
100.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an advantage. It should be an advantage. But Andreas is doing everything he can to break it. 80 after 12 against the throw is tidy. So you feel Henderson has to get this or set it up.
86.
Oh, he's done everything to leave the pressure on that 80 shot for Harrison.
It may well only be 1 dart. He's going to get 2 at double 10.
Game shot on the first
And it's a
leg.
break of throwing 14 darts for Andreas Harrison to take the lead. First time of asking, no mistake from the Swede.
Game on.
Yeah, there was a little bit of nod of
100.
appreciation there from Hendo when he went straight out in 2 darts. He just, a little nod of his head. Andreas didn't see it. He was still returning it, taking his darts out the board. It was just a little nod and so yep, tidy. Well done, you. Always respectful, Hendo.
One thing you're going to get is a
45.
game played at the highest level, but a game played in a real good spirit, a real respectful spirit.
You get nothing else when you include Hendo in any game. And
134.
let's face it, Andreas is very similar indeed.
$140. 100.
My main thing for players maybe of your age is he's a couple of years away from being eligible for the World Seniors.
81. John,
Well, it was worrying when Hendo came in as well for me, so it's something that we get used to. But great for the seniors in turn, you know, it's
90. Andreas should require 135.
it means that the senior standard will rise and rise.
Trouble 20 would have left the bullseye. So Henderson, 52 for the break back.
99. John, you require 52.
And you sense if Harrison left on his favoured double 18, this has got to go. He can't make any mistake on his favourite tops. But the mistake has come. The opportunity arises.
36.
Henderson's head sinks as he believes Harrison will take this out.
Game shot on the second
He's playing
leg.
to his stats, hitting a dart at double, 1 in every 2 in that particular turn. He leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
And he's still shaking his head.
Yeah, Hendo knows that was a good opportunity. He knew when he left his hand that third dart.
140.
I feel like people's opinions on Andreas Harrison is changing this week.
140.
He won a week last time, perhaps went under the radar a little bit, got to Champions Week, played at Champions Night. But this time round, it feels like people have added a
43.
weight of expectation on Andreas' shoulders. And maybe partly because of what his fellow countrymen have done here as well. And he's living up to that. And I think in front of our eyes, we are seeing a big name player in this
96.
Super Series format begin to emerge.
I agree with all that, Henry. I do really do agree with all that. It's all about how you handle big games, and you have to say that Harrison here, not that John's done a great deal wrong, maybe a couple of darts at tops is all that you can say that he's done wrong.
60.
And 2 darts at a double, is that wrong as a dart player? The game is won and lost on darts at a double, and
Game shot on the
Harrison
third leg.
again, are we
Andreas
seeing a man in
Harrison.
the form of his life?
11 dart leg, 107.36
Andreas
average.
to throw
That is
first.
akin to
Game on.
14 darts in every single leg. And so, effectively here, Henderson needs to win this leg in 4 visits or less, is what the numbers are
55.
telling us.
I know what I'd be thinking right now. I'd be thinking, I'd rather you had this game here and win here for the group, and I get you in the final and have you for the week win on Saturday. That's what I'd start telling myself.
$140.
Well, Andreas was saying yesterday how he's never played a Group C or Thursday, Friday afternoon. He may not have to play Thursday or Friday at all if he wins this particular encounter. Henderson has just nicked the throw, though, in leg 4.
95.
Now, he hits a 12 his last start, but if that was a single, he would have let himself on a bogey. 166.
78. John, you require 126.
Save the match, and it would be for a break back as well. Treble 19. Would have left the bullseye. And the way that Andreas has been playing in this game, you would not discredit
94.
this 142 from the thinking.
Andreas, you require 142.
His opponent on 32 to save the match. Harrison is not going to find a 142 to win it. And so John Henderson will get an opportunity at double 16 after 12 to get a leg on the
John,
board.
you require 32.
It's been a subpar leg for the Swede. Henderson wants double 8 to pick up the pieces, and pick up the pieces he does.
John Henderson.
He gets a break back. Back to 3-1 we go.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first.
And he has the
Game
darts
on.
to claw it back to 3-2. And if that begins to become the case, then maybe the cogs will begin to whirl around the mind of Andreas Harrison. But Hendo
140.
kicks off 140, putting Harrison under the pump right from the get-go.
$100.
Henderson himself is averaging just under 97.5. He's had 5 140s in this game. We're yet to actually have a max in this last game of the session.
140.
And it's not going to be the case there. Andreas, 101.9 the average. 3 out of 4 when it comes to the doubles.
100.
And the solitary ton means that Henderson has got a little bit of space here in this leg. And from 3-0 down and possibly staring a whitewash defeat in the face, he may be on the cusp of pulling it back to 3-2. And at that point, it may well be anybody's game again. But there's always a response. There is always a response from Andreas Harrison. His first max could well be perfectly timed, unless Henderson can pin the bullseye. But 1-2-1 out. And how crucial could that be? He was 3-0 down. He's pulled it back to 3-2. But Andreas Harrison now has the dart for the match and a 4-point buffer at the top of the group overnight.
100.
Don't you just love it when two heavyweights throw the kitchen sink at one another, when you give a game the big hype and it duly delivers? And this has been a game between the two premier players at the top of the group, and they have played like the two premier players at the top of the group.
100.
These are the numbers. These are the averages. 102 plays 104, just under 105. The doubling has been pretty much as you'd expect it to be as Hendo hits his first max of the match. 2 from 6. That's bang on Hendo's numbers of 33%. 3 from 4, 75%. It's just above Harrison's 55% for the day.
140.
He's first to a finish. But Hendo can set up a more makeable out. But needs a big treble.
77.
Finds the 54.
Andreas should require 161.
But this would be some way to win the match. Treble 17. But Henderson may have to take out a second ton topper in succession because Harrison is left double 18 after 12 to send us the distance and 3-0 down. Henderson is going to get a dart at tops. But back-to-back ton plus finishes to send us all the way. He was 3-0 down, was the Highlander. He looked dead and buried in the game.
7 and
but he's
final leg.
found back-to-back ton plus out to send us to a last leg decider. One leg that will determine whether the top two players are either level on points going into tomorrow or whether Andreas Harrison is going to have a 4-point buffer at the top of the group.
$64.
This has delivered in every conceivable way.
$100.
It has been as mesmerising to watch as the box office build-up expected 85. It to be. Henderson has fought all his way back. But has he run out of steam in trying to pull off the
22.
Comeback charge? Is that the vital slip that opens up the door for the Swede? Because his 8th 140 of the match may well be the most pivotal.
$38.
And did that feel like the waving of the white flag for the Highlander right at the very end of the day? Because Harrison has found 2 superb turns back-to-back. And it feels like they might be visits that have just quashed Henderson.
100.
He's left himself on a finish. But Harrison for the match. 72. Double 18. His favourite double. He's missed.
John, you require 160.
He's had 2 ton plus finishes in the last 2 legs. But Henderson is not going to win the match of a 160. And so Harrison returns.
60.
Double 9 is what he wants.
You require 18.
But he moves inside. Henderson gets
10.
another go. He gets
John,
another go.
100.
Bang on the ton. It'd be his 3rd ton plus finish in 3 legs. It's tops. There's the first. And
60.
he almost found the second. And that would have been to have completed the perfect turnaround to close out a classic. 2 on the wire. But the
Game,
third
shot,
finds its
and the
way
match.
in. And Andreas Harrison hangs on to beat John Henderson 4-3 and to have a real grip at the top of this Group A table. 4 points is the margin he's in front overnight going into the final day's action. Sometimes when we have a game of this magnitude, it can be nervy. Sometimes we see darts we don't expect, but this delivered and then some. Look at the numbers, look at the averages. Harrison just under a ton, 4 of 11 on the doubles. He was 3-0 upwards to Swede before John Henderson found himself on the comeback charge. Back-to-back ton-plus outs saw us go all the way in the final game of the day, but it was Andreas Harrison who held his nerve and has a 4-point gap at the top of the league standings. He gets the better of John Henderson in our final game of the session by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Andreas, what a day, 5 out of 5. Just talk us through the day.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I didn't expect it because of the 9 yesterday, so I hope I can produce today. And yeah, well, I think I played really well all the day.
We'll come to the match against John in a moment because it was brilliant, but we're just looking at some of your other wins today, and you seem pretty dominant. Your finishing in particular has been very good this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, what can I do? I try to hit them and they're rare. Yeah,
Scott,
fantastic.
you're going to give him a bit more praise than he gives himself, aren't you?
Absolutely. He's a very modest man. He always has been ever since I've known him. He's never blown his own trumpet. But today and yesterday, the 9-darter, you must feel like you're right in the zone at the moment. When you're doing things like that, it just continues to happen, doesn't it? And your doubles are the biggest thing that's improved with you since I've known you. You know, you've always been a great scorer, but you don't always finish the game off. And this week, and every time you come here, you've improved and improved and kept moving. And is that because you're practicing more on the doubles? Is there anything you're doing different with your game? Because it's definitely going on an upward level.
No, I haven't done anything different, I think. I just love to be here playing. I love the stage. It's fantastic.
I tried to explain in commentary, once you love a venue and you love going to it, you really get excited about travelling to it, don't you? And getting up there and playing. Is that what the Modus Live Lounge is for you?
Yeah, I think so. I don't like the travelling, but I like to be here.
Yeah.
I love to be here.
And when you are here, you are very, very good. And we're going to show you all of the results from today. This will make very, very good reading for you, Andreas. Look, all day, yourself and John Henderson have been playing really good stuff. How important is it for you to have won that last match against John, which was absolutely fantastic?
Yeah, it was. I love to play darts, so it don't matter if I play Thursday, Friday, or I get through to Saturday. So, yeah, it was. Of course, you want to win every game, but yeah, it was. And of course, you want to beat John.
Yeah, well, you started really well in that match, and he comes back at you, hits a couple of massive finishes in there. Is there any point in that game when you start to think, oh, this could be going wrong?
No, I was just throwing my game. I think John is a fantastic player, so yeah, I have to do my best to win it.
And he did, Scott. He gets over the line in the end. You've been in that position yourself. How big is it against a big rival when the winning double is hit? Yeah,
it's massive. It's massive because you know that you're the two that are now going to be pushing for that spot. You've made life easier for yourself. I want to know how you approach tomorrow now. What's your mentality for tomorrow? Because you've done a 9-dart the first day. You've done 5 out of 5 today. Is your mentality now you just need a couple of games tomorrow and then I'm home and dry? Or can you not think like that? You've just got to go full bore and try and do another 5 out of 5.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go and try to have a 5 out of 5.
Yeah, but you can tell me that. But I know mentally you'll be thinking 3 games will do it. Because that's what we do as dart players.
Yeah. Well, maybe to help you with that, let's show you the league table, because this is how things stand going into the final day of this group. Now, by beating John there, you've opened up a 4-point lead. If he'd have got you in that last leg and he missed a dart for it, you would have been level. So that does give you a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, of course, I look at the table. So, yeah, it was great to win the last game. So definitely give me a benefit for tomorrow, but yeah, just go in and throw darts and have fun tomorrow too.
The fear is that you think you've got the job done today with such a big, exciting game as it was and how close it was. You could easily fall into that momentum bit that, well, I've done the job now, and tomorrow, slow start and put yourself under pressure.
Well, I hope I don't. It's just got to go in and try to win every game tomorrow.
You're not that sort of player that's going to do that, though, are you? You just play every game for what it is. You try and win every game that's put in front of you, and if you win it, great. If you don't, great, I'll deal with the next one. That's how you've always come across to me, and you don't overthink it.
No, I try to be like that.
Fabulous job today. Well done, Andreas, and we wish you good luck going into tomorrow, trying to get that finals night spot. And who knows, maybe back at Champions Week as you were in the previous series. Scott, thank you very much. We will be back tomorrow to see how it plays out. And it will be Andreas Harrison leading the way, needing a few wins to get to finals night. Do join us. Remember, we are back on Sporty Stuff TV and here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 9:30 a.m. We'll see you then.